How's it going? How's it going? Yep, what's up, Sumitha? How you doing today, my friend? Having a weird day. Having a weird week. Weird week. I didn't realize how addicted to my streaming structure I really am until I tried to fuck with it. And I'm just thrown off. I've been thrown off for the last few days. It's been such a weird thing. I guess I've been doing this for about a year. I'm just used to being sat down at least a certain number of times a week. Sometimes the timing might differ, but always around the same time. And then when I don't do it, it fucks with me. It fucks with me a little bit. How we doing, fire starter? Sir Thunder, overhead, how doth thee fare this good day? I fare well, sir. Hearken forsooth. Patterns and routines. You know what's funny is I'm not a very routine-driven guy. I buck routines. I thrive on a certain level of chaos, but apparently not chaos here. Not chaos when it comes to the stream or with painting. I don't know. I gotta remind myself the reason I started this in January of this year was really to give myself a little bit of structure and accountability when it comes to how often I'm painting and when I'm completing projects. And I guess it kind of makes sense that switching it up, just kind of twitch. Some genuine German Haribo gummy bears. Ooh, yeah, that's the business right there. I don't know what it is that those Germans know about making gummy bears. Maybe it's all the time they spend in the forest with actual bears. Maybe that taught them something about the transition from fur to gum. Wolf and Spawn, it is a pleasure to see you on this Friday. I never see you guys on a Friday. It's Friday, right? Yeah, it's Friday. The Mandalorian came out today. It's Friday. God, fucking 2020. More times this year than any other year have I found myself like, what day is today? I would have sworn it was Monday, but I know I can't trust myself on that one, so I better check. How you doing, Hamburg Tack? Good to see ya. Oh, I'll drink my coffee for just a minute, and we will get going. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? What? Colonel Matthew Steiner. Wow, man. 10 months. Really? Really, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Oh my god, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate every single day that you have been here, man. The sub just cements it. I'm glad that you have been enjoying yourself. How you doing, Colonel Matthew Steiner? How are things? Hail Hydra. Well, Hail Satan. I mean, yeah, that's... Hail Santa? That's the holiday we're coming up to, right? What day is it? What month is it? What year is it? Why is it not yet 2021, so we can start talking about how 2021 is the worst year ever? That's gonna be like, I just want us all to be prepared for that. Much in the same way that we all needed to be prepared for Cyberpunk kind of sucking, we need to be prepared for going 2021 is the worst year we've ever had, because we're just... That's the kind of energy we're dealing with. SP Firestarter, thank you so much for that sub. Learned how to make it go off now. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes in chats, it will let me do the let people know, post in chat how many months you've been subbed for, that you just renewed your sub. Sometimes I'll do it and it won't, and I don't understand the difference either. I'm glad it lets you, though. SP Firestarter, how are things for you, my friend? I actually got fucked with the other day because I have an alarm set on Fridays. At one point, I looked to see what day it was, and saw that displayed, made me think it was Friday instead of whatever day it was. It's weird how little things like that can throw you off. We don't realize how dependent we are on routines until we try to fuck with those routines, and then they all come apart. Crossbow Roof, it is great to see you, my friend. We all know what year it is. We definitely do. It's not easy to forget. This year, it is not easy to forget. There we have, holy moly, Siestanator, Rio, Datron, Voltari, and Arkudaki all coming in hot. Good to see you. Just use my streaming schedule to know what day of the week it is. Well, then in that case, Hamburg, welcome to Thursday. And I'm sure that won't fuck with you at all. Gonna paint some mechs during the stream? Hell yeah. I haven't been able to paint since August. SP Firestarter, I'm glad you are putting some brush to plastic. I hope it goes well. And you know, if it doesn't go well, do it again. And the next time it'll go better. We should come up with a name for that phenomenon. You know? Where you're like, I want to learn how to do something, but I'm not good at doing it right now, so you do it, and it's not the best, right? But then you do it again, and it's a little bit better, and then you do it again, it's a little bit better, and you learn some lessons, and eventually you're doing it well. Someone should really, like, copyright that. We could call it, I don't know, I don't think practice is gonna catch on. Call it, like, something like a portmanteau, maybe, of, repetition and learning, you know, repping, learnitition. Let's go with learnitition, you guys. I like that. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. You know what, Arkudaki? I'm just gonna choose to believe that you're not being sarcastic at all. I'm gonna choose to believe that this year has been fantastic for you, because I want it to have been fantastic for someone. That would make me feel better. So, Datrin, I had to ask myself, how much do I care? Like, really? I had to remind myself that, like, it's neat and all. I like the idea that the 100th painting stream is going to kind of line up with the 1-year streamiversary, but First of all, I don't know what's going to happen between now and January 20th, which isn't that inauguration day too? What the fuck? How did that happen? Like, that only happens every 4 years. I didn't plan that, but that is going to be that's weird. Too many things are lining up for me on January 20th. Oh, Arkudaki, I'm glad to hear that. But anyway, so the 100th art stream, if we continue on the current schedule, will be a little bit before that. But whatever. Whatever. You know? No big deal. We'll have a celebratory stream after all the milestones have been hit. I don't need to artificially create that phenomenon. It's happening on its own. And ultimately, I'm close to completion on a few projects. I have the drive right now to work on this non-metallic metal we're going to be doing on Ultron tonight. So let's just roll with it, you guys. Let's seize our creativity when we have it. Yeah, Datron, I don't know why I hadn't put that together before. That's a weird one. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and actually stream on that Wednesday, just to throw my schedule off a little bit more. Because God knows I deal well with that. Hey, Data Nerd. So, okay, Data Nerd, you should be able to hit exclamation point merch in chat and have something happen. That should work. Let's give it a try. There should also be a timer that sets this off. Hey, look at the Thunderbot doing its job. It does have a 5-minute cooldown just in case of situations like that. Hooray! Arkudaki, yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be a great time. Guys, I don't know what the future holds. I do not know what the future holds. I loathe to even make projections, because they tend to be cynical, and then they actually do happen. All I know is that whatever the future holds is going to be dumber than the last major event to hit all of us. Whatever is going to happen in the future, it is going to be dumber. Riot Sister, the one and only Cat Ion, welcome, and look, there's Coral. How you been, man? Currently working on a new t-shirt design, little man looking over a wall with a caption, "Hey genius, it's a face mask, not a chin strap, cover your shame."
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
I'm tired. I am tired of the dick noses. I'm so tired of them. I like... Just, if that's what you're gonna do, just don't even give me the lip service. Just leave it off entirely. I'm not gonna get into that. This week has been chaotic for reasons other than just the stream schedule being thrown off. The stream schedule kind of started getting thrown off just because of events happening in life. I don't want to go into it. It's family and holiday bullshit, all commingling with the overall nonsense that is 2020, and therefore it is uncomfortable and shitty. but it's thrown me off. It's thrown me off. I hate the holiday months, you guys. I don't like them. I'm so content just sitting, essentially by myself, and not being bothered by people. And then everyone's like, "Hey, get together with a bunch of people that you don't like and pretend like, you know, you don't still resent them for a weird emotional abuse that they heaped on you from age 10 to 13 or so." And I'm like, maybe I'll just sit in my house and drink and hang out with my cats instead. That sounds better to me. Hey, Evil Honk, how we doing? So back to Mando. Yeah. Y'all watch the... no Mando spoilers today, you guys. I know, it's the final episode of Season 2 of Mandalorian came out today, and a bunch of people haven't watched it yet, so I do want to go into it. There's things about it that I do want to talk about, but now's not the time. I'm going to let it sit, I'm going to let it simmer, I'm going to let opinions formulate naturally, and then I'm going to bitch about it. But I'm going to give it a little bit of time before I start bitching about it. We'll get there. Guys, it's a Star Wars property. I'm going to complain about it at some point. This is just how these things go. Oh wow, I didn't know the follow age command worked. But I do have Stream Element set up, so I guess that makes a certain amount of sense. Not good, in need of an internet hug. I don't know how good I am for hugs, Evil Honk. You know what I can do? I can give you vibes, though. You ready? Are you ready? Open your third eye, okay? Be ready, because I'm going to send them, and I don't want them to just fucking go willy-nilly all over the internet. Ready? Here they come. Good vibes. We're going to get Star Wars shows every week like a comic book for the next 5 years. That's good or bad, depending on how you feel about them. Did that help? Oh, Hamburg, did I send some your way? I'm sorry about that, dude. I wasn't trying to... I'm not trying to do like a scanners on you or anything like that. Well, you know, we do what we can, Evil Honk. Yeah, I think I need to rewatch Season 4 of The Expanse. Because I picked up the first episode of Season 5, and I realized that I didn't actually remember what happened on that one planet with all the stuff going on. I was like, wait, okay, I remember Murtry, I guess. I don't remember how it ended. I remember that Bobby spent most of the season like trying and failing to find a job, but I didn't really remember anything outside of that. Oh, Evil Honk, I'm so sorry to hear that, my friend. Dude, if you, seriously though, if you're having like an actual, for serious, episode / incident, there are people you can call, man. There are people who specialize in that sort of thing, in just helping you to ground yourself and to find a little, just get that fingernail hold on life that you need sometimes to kind of drag yourself back. And I strongly encourage you to take advantage of those programs if shit seems like it's out of control, man. Because I'll tell you, we've all been feeling that to a degree this year. Obviously, I don't know what your particular circumstance is, but so many things feel out of control. So many things feel overwhelming. And, I mean, I get that feeling, dude. I really do. But I'll tell you what, there's one thing I can do for you, Evil Honk. There is one thing I can do, and that is that I can sit here, I can paint, and we can try to find some peace in that. So, I mean, if that's going to be helpful, man, then, you know, let's do it. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. Alright, let's do some shit. Let's do some shit. And, I mean, specifically, let's paint some models. Camera's not working. First thing, let's fix it. There we go. That should do it. So, finally got the gumption to start working on Ultron Tuesday after I streamed Jedi Fallen Order, which was ironic because I should have been painting on that day. But I want to try to get him done. I don't know if I'm going to finish him tonight, but I think we can get some damage. We can do some damage, you know? Hang on, I need to rearrange my mic stand slightly. It is just a little funky. I've been trying new arrangements lately, and this latest one seemed good at first, but it's kind of no good for painting. I need a better stand, I think. Bumping my arm against it. Is that clear? Is that clear from arm? Yeah, that should do. That should do the job. Oh, now I know why I had it that way. It's because I was angling it. Alright, let me take it back. I lied. It was good. I had it that way for a reason. I just forgot what the reason was. Oh, why won't you unscrew? What the hell? It's righties, loosies, lefties, tighties, right? That's how this works? I'm pretty sure I remember that being a thing. Trial and error nature of the beast. Yeah. Faking it till you be making it. That's what we're all about here. Or at least, you know, sometimes. So we're going to be faking our non-metallic metal tonight until we make something that I'm most loosely satisfied with. Now, this is the first of 2 Ultron models that I will be painting in this style. And so I'm not going to try to make this one perfect. This is an experimental figure. This is going to my buddy Luke. Also, you may know him here on stream as Orbital Space Laser Jack. Damn you, XLR cable. Why have you never been a problem before this? Never before. And yet now, for some reason. Alright, let's actually do some painting now. What do you say? Didn't they teach you in Scouts to always be prepared? No, but they taught me how to make a mean, like, car out of wood that you'd put weights in and it would race against other cars. I don't remember what it was called, but it was stupid, and then we did a bunch of it. Roland, we're not getting into that right now, man. We're not getting into that. It's too soon. I've got a couple of colors already mixed up here that I've been working with, but I'm gonna fool with them just a wee little bit. Get myself a little bit of this Pro Acryl dark warm gray. Yeah, the Pinewood Derby. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Because the last thing I did on this guy was I came in and I focused my camera on him. I came in and I did the real deep shadows, and I need to give them a little bit more transition on some of these plates, because they wound up a bit Stark. Not Tony Stark, just regular old Stark. And they need a slightly more gradual transition, in my opinion. Oh, what's in my mouth? Ugh. What is it? How did it wind up there? I don't like it. Ugh. I think it was a piece of plastic. So yeah, I've been fooling around with... I looked at a lot of tutorials and how other people painted Ultron, and I looked at Sarastro, who did a real stylized, cartoonish high chrome on him. And I was like, maybe I'll follow one of these two. I should put a glove on. Letting me just put paint all over my hand. What's wrong with you, chat? Just like it when I suffer. Alright, let's try again. I do want to take my deepest shadow color before I go any further and do one or two little things before I start transitioning it up. Again, this figure is very experimental when it comes to even trying to do high contrast non-metallic metals like this. This is not a technique I generally employ. So... And I didn't want to just do a tutorial where somebody else did non-metallic metal on Ultron, just do exactly the same thing. I want to make it my own style. I want to really learn how to do it so I can adapt the technique to some other figures. So, we're making it up as we go. I'm not going to be too worried about where I play. Like, you know, I want the shadows to fall somewhat naturally so it does look like light falling on high chrome, but I think it's more important that I pick my shadows and my highlights based on how they're going to contrast the areas around them. Like choosing these shadows on his funny little head fins. I don't know if the light would really fall this way with the shadow towards the bottom, but I put the shadow towards the top next to it, and I want them to be kind of catty corner, you know? Oh, thank you, Sumitha. At least somebody's looking out for me. Oh, thank you, Data Nerd. I just, you know... Because I have an unhealthy relationship with failure, and I don't know why I think to myself, I know that I talk a lot on this stream about how to think about painting and not to be afraid of messing things up and blah blah blah, but I talk about that because it's something that I deal with. You know?
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
That's what we're doing.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
That's what we're doing. We're glorbing with style, baby. What is miniature painting but glorbing with style, I ask you? Nothing at all. You're not wrong, Siestinator. You are not wrong at all. You gotta try and you gotta fail if you ever want to succeed. And I figure, you know, I'm gonna be doing 2 Ultrons kind of right in a row. So I can do this one and make it okay. And then when I do the next one, I will have learned some lessons. I've already learned some lessons on this one for a different approach I'm going to take. I'm going to play with the temperature more on the next one. Because this guy's got a light warmth to his shadows and a little bit of a cool tone to his highlights, but I can make it a lot stronger, I think. Next time. Next time. Always next time. Trying to create a little bit of texture to the shadows too here. Feathering it somewhat. Where else am I missing real deep shadows? I think up here on his ab plates could do with a little bit. Some across his pectorals. And I'm just marking the areas where I want my deepest, darkest shadows to be, and then I can feather and play with them using other colors.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs. So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
The day that happens, and that somebody plays that, my 3D printer breaks. I swear, I am gonna sue. Something fierce. A little shadow down here. Not a huge one, just a little bit right at the end because it's turned away from the light source. If I'm going to do that, then I want to continue it down towards the bottom of the cod piece to match up. A little bit of shadow here to help differentiate these parts. Grant a bit of definition. Your kitties killed the robot? The robot was looking so good, though, Cat. Ooh, my hands are extra shaky today. This is going to go well. A little bit more here, just as sort of a pin wash panel lining to try to separate some of these mechanical bits on Ultron. I don't want to overdo it. Easy to overdo this part. There's vents in the backs of his legs, other part of his thigh here. I guess I could have made this part glow with my neon orange, but again, I'm not trying to push it with this one. Why does a robot have a codpiece? I mean, why is he in a humanoid form at all?
You're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Why does he bother? It's a good question. Nobody knows. You'd have to ask Ultron. That's not different enough. I need to lighten that. I need to lighten that just a wee little bit here. To get a better shadow blend. Let's try that. And let's try it down here. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Just a little something to make the transition to the darkest parts slightly less abrupt. I like that. That works. Holy moly. Terrain 034. Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Holy crap, Terrain. Well, thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate your support, guys. I really, really do. How you doing today, Terrain? How are things? Sometimes the fact that you guys are always here waiting for me and waiting to hang out with me, that's what gets me motivated to really get up and go stream. Getting the chance to hang out with fine fellas like yourselves. I'm glad you liked it, Terrain. I'm glad you know, that's the thing I'm learning to take away from all these things that I like to complain about. And I do. I like to complain about them. Let's just admit that. Let's go ahead and own that. The complaining fulfills me in the strangest possible way. But you know what? A lot of people out there watch it and they're like, that was fucking cool, and they just enjoyed it. And that's positive. That is a good thing. That's what Mark Hamill takes out of all this, you know? He has his complaints, but he keeps them to himself because people enjoy it, and it's not his place to stamp on your joy. It is, however, my place to stamp on your joy. I'm not Mark Hamill. I'm not that good a person. I'm glad you liked it, Terrain. It was very entertaining. And just loaded with fan service, which is nice for some of the older fans. this transition color is helping. Helping my brain, anyway. Which is fair, Sumitha. He's, you know, he's very attached to that character, Mark is. That's part of why we like him so much. He feels this attachment to the characters that he plays. Even to the Joker, strangely enough. Because that's, you know, nothing like him. We're not gonna do any spoilers. We're not gonna do any spoilers for the Mandalorian finale. It is too soon for that. We'll get into it next week, I figure. After everybody's had a chance to catch up a little bit. Shading down here onto the pectoral. A little more up here, trying to give some shape to this shoulder pad. No, keep that bot. Keep that bot, Project Dark Fox. We want Thunderbot. Thunderbot is our friend. Aww. Look at them. Look at the two mods. Both streamers. Both shouting each other out. That's just wholesome as fuck, isn't it? Just easing these transitions a little bit. This tone is not super duper different from my Deep Shadow, but it's enough to make a difference. Cyberpunk is a tough one to judge. It's a tough game to judge because it's like, I feel like never before have I seen a game that so defines the line between, or rather that narrows the line so much between Game of the Year genius and complete clusterfuck. You definitely have seen some games out there that blur the line a little bit, but it is difficult to determine exactly where Cyberpunk falls on there, because it did so much right, but then it also did so much wrong. And it really, they're kind of guilty of just straight up false advertising, I think is the worst thing that's true here, with the way they hid the performance issues for the console versions. I think knowingly. It's hard to argue that they didn't do it knowingly. It certainly seems like they knew they had problems and they were like, yeah, just don't send out the console version and no one will find out. And that's not cool. That was not a cool thing to do. Who, Chaotic Harmony? Dude, that guy, you know, I feel I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in Chaotic Harmony, you know? He should know better than to treat pugs like that, you know? I hold him accountable. I don't hold PGI accountable for making their game kind of shit and for claiming that their systems
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I watched the videos of that fucking Salt Lord who was just complaining about you, Chaotic, and yeah, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny, in my opinion. It's nothing major. If you're looking for, like, hyper drama or screaming, you're gonna be disappointed by those videos, but the dude's definitely, like, salty and weirdly judgmental. And I'm sorry, like, I don't mean to... Don't run off and be like, "Oh, Thunderhead's calling out a bunch of other streamers. You should go fucking argue with him on his stream." Don't do that. I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna name any names for who this streamer might be. I had never before seen someone doing a stream write as part of their stream "Come and Get You," their little tagline. It was like hashtag USMC or USMC veteran or something like that was what he wrote in there. Hamburg Tack, thank you for the reminder. USMC veteran. And I'm just like in the tag for the stream, you're saying I'm browsing Twitch and I'm looking for somebody playing a game that I want to see, and I'm going to see USMC veteran, and I'm going to be like, I want to watch that stream. I don't know, that seems a little gauche. Seems a little gauche. Makes me not like a person already. But maybe that's just me. You know? He's not doing it for me. He's not trying to get me as a viewer. He's trying to get folks like you. Maybe it means more to you. I don't know. Alright. Let's take a step up in our grays. Mix our gray a little bit better first. It is a little watered down. It's been sitting on the wet palette overnight. I don't know. I have a hard time judging that one. I don't hang out with a lot of ex-military people. I don't make that like a big part of my identity for the most part. Maybe there is a crowd that appeals to. Maybe that's meaningful for someone. Really? It seems like people are really picking up steam when it comes to criticizing Cyberpunk. It's the biggest problem in my mind is not necessarily the features that... It's not that they didn't get features done or whatever, it's that they spent as much time advertising those features as they did. And even right up until release talking about how they were definitely going to be in the game, and then they're just not. They're not in the fucking game. They're not there, and it was kind of not cool to tell people they would be. But there's still a lot to love, so it's hard to criticize some parts of it. Like I said, it's hard to find a game that rides the line between genius game of the year and complete clusterfuck as much as Cyberpunk 2077 does. Because you can see the good game beneath all the problems. You can see the quality they tried to put in it and just didn't quite get to. And you want to love it as a result. And for those of us who have PCs, we got to enjoy it more than some others did. I really feel for the people who tried to get it on console. Because again, there's that false advertising thing. They straight up concealed the performance issues on console. And a lot of people bought something thinking they'd get a working product and they just didn't. And that's no good. That's not nice. I don't know. I don't know if it will, Roland. And I say I don't know if it will, not because I doubt CD Projekt Red's desire to get it right. But the things that are wrong with it are like fundamental design choices that are wrong. AI that is missing almost entirely. And that's not the sort of thing you can just patch out. I don't know, maybe it is. But in my experience, it generally has not been. The complete lack of driving AI stands out to me. The fact that NPCs genuinely don't know how to drive the cars that they're in. They drive according to a number of preset paths, and that is that. That's it. That's the whole thing. They don't have the ability to route around things. They don't have the ability to get in cars and go places. They have the ability to spawn in cars and to drive those cars on a set of predetermined rails. I don't know that you can patch an entire AI system into a game like that, but then I am not the developer, and I'll let them figure that out. It's just, you know, it's just 2018 being 2018 at this point. We all should have expected it, frankly. Not that that makes it okay, but it does explain it a bit, I suppose. I don't entirely know how I feel about the arrangement of shadows on Ultron's face, but I'm just leaning into it at this point. Over the whole body with a fresh round of highlights. I got the legs and the head further than I got the torso, so time to work into the middle highlights on said torso. There is a guy who managed to get into third-person mode in Cyberpunk by glitching his car that he was getting out of. And if you haven't seen that video, it is totally worth watching. That shit's hilarious. You can see what the character model looks like when you're running around in the world, and then you understand why your shadow always looks eternally fucked up. Needs to be a little higher. I'm going to transition all the way up to white. It needs to be slightly starker than this, I think. I'm using a mixture here of Reaper Tempest Gray and Vallejo Game Color Ghost Gray, which is one of my favorite. One of my favorite cool grays. I've recently also become very fond of Vallejo Game Color's Heavy Blue Gray. It works quite nicely into the grouping. Yeah, like, the crafting and inventory system is just complete fucking nonsense. Absolute nonsense, hey Puck Duncher. Yeah, I miss Venger too. I genuinely want to get rights to use Venger on the stream. It's a great song. I don't want to get DMCA'd. It's going around lately. There's been some real bullshit legally lately surrounding DMCAs as well. Some congressmen from a particular political party here in the United States of America who seem to think that it makes sense to rate DMCAs as federal felonies and attach jail time to it. Now, the likelihood of that actually happening to me may be fairly low, but the fact that there are assholes out there trying to make it possible is really disconcerting. From a certain political party, not naming any names here, flip a fucking coin, I'm sure you can figure out which one I'm talking about. But, you know, it's a bad habit to get into, playing music that you don't have the rights to, so breaking that habit. Yeah, the third-person view, it's fucking nuts. It's nuts, Sumitha. Puck, don't you? Thank you so much for the reminder. I agree, Sumitha, and it's a shame. The story they're trying to present is pretty great. Not perfect, but pretty great. It really also seems like they got rushed at the end, because that story kind of falls apart in the third act in a way that I was not... I thought at the very least, like, well, I'm going to get through, and all the storyline missions are going to be A-fucking okay. They're not. They are not. In the third act, I started running into some bugs that made gameplay difficult. Which surprised me. I thought that I thought for sure that would be okay. I thought for sure the Keanu content would be airtight. It's not. I hear there's a secret ending, so to speak. I hear that there is an ending in Cyberpunk that you only get if you have chosen very specific dialogue options when speaking to Johnny Silverhand. I've heard. It's a compelling and interesting idea. It would be more compelling if the game weren't so broken that I actually felt like ever playing it again. But unfortunately, it is, and I don't. I did kind of a funny thing here on the thigh, and I don't think I'm going to fix it, but I think you can probably see. I did my reflections on the front of the thigh here, and then I did the same reflection oriented differently on the side of the thigh, and they're kind of opposing. I feel like they should be more unified, but I don't want to go back and change it. I think when I do Ultron again, though, I'm going to unify these highlights a bit more. As it is, I'm going to leave the front of his thigh mostly shadowed, I think. Oh, he's an asshole, Datron. He is a giant asshole. That's one thing they do, I think, very well, is they take an actor with... I hesitate to say that Keanu Reeves has charisma, because throughout most of his career he's just been like a wooden nothing. But he does. He has a certain amount of screen charisma. He has a certain likability. He has a way of making characters that he plays likable in ways that frankly confuse me. And they took that, and they had him play a character that you have to try to like. Johnny Silverhand is a piece of shit. He is a narcissistic, sociopathic, egomaniacal douchebag. And yeah, calling him hard to like is being generous, frankly. He's hard to even stand. He is hard to empathize with in any way, and yet he's also sort of the good guy of the story. It's an interesting dichotomy. That's what I'm relying on, Sumitha, is that if I don't point out that the shadows are wrong here, nobody will notice. Did the stream just pop? I'm not having any issues on my end, Sumitha. I hope that it didn't. His John Constantine that's more pissed off. That's fairly accurate. He's just as cynical as Constantine. He's like a Constantine that doesn't learn a lesson by the end of the movie. Yeah, I think that the content regarding... the content they did with Keanu is all fairly top-notch. That's what I say, like, it's easy to see the quality of the game they wanted to make inside the unfortunate quality of the game that they did make. It doesn't make it that much easier to like, it kind of just makes it more painful, if I'm being honest, to see the shit show that it is. Ooh, my hands are shaky today. I wonder why that is. I've eaten. I had some coffee, but not like an unusual amount. No, I didn't overdo it. Third refresh was the trick, huh? Johnny Silverhand is kind of like Chaotic Harmony with the whooshing in MWO. Like, yeah, you see him, and you're like, who the fuck is this asshole, and why is he such a douchebag? And then you, for whatever reason, you keep watching him, and he just becomes more of an asshole. But it's like, you cross a certain threshold at one point where you're like, actually, surprisingly, I like him. I can't explain why, and I feel a little bit bad for liking him, but I like him. Just like Chaotic Harmony. Fucking perfect. Flawless. How you doing today, Chaotic? You working? Okay, who wants to play some Titanfall 2? Because this whole... I got ramped up to do MechWarrior 5, and just being totally honest with you guys, I started playing it to get ready for multiplayer, and I remembered how much I hate the fucking game. Like, I can't do it. I don't like the game. I don't want to play it. It was going to be a miserable stream if I was trying to force my way through it, so I just decided not to do it. But then Vergaderung brought up, you could play a mech game that is actually good and that you like. And that game is Titanfall 2, and I think we should do that. It's been suggested a number of times. But let's actually finally fucking do it, you guys. We don't necessarily have to stream it, but I'd love to play some like, Frontier Defense maybe tomorrow. If you're up for it, hit me up on the video games channel on the Discord. Because with just 3 other players, we can do Frontier Defense. If we can get more players than that, we could probably fill out an attrition game, which is also very fun. Sumitha, yeah, that's actually a great example. That's a great example, was Tom Cruise in Collateral, which, by the way, is a great movie if you haven't seen it. I really enjoy Collateral. But yeah, it's like, you want to like him, you're tempted to like him, he's so smooth, he's got such panache, like, you can tell he's a bad guy, but you still kind of want to like him, you want to believe he's like an anti-hero, but then at a certain point you have to accept, no, he's a bad fucking person. And he needs to be destroyed. He's a real problem. So I say by the end of Cyberpunk 2027, I was like, okay, how can I kill Johnny Silverhand? Like, it looks like most of the endings have something to do with helping him get his way to some small degree, and I'm like, no, let's not do that. Let's destroy him. Annihilate his plans, kill his friends, and just ruin his day in every possible way. Is there a fuck Keanu route in this game? And I don't mean as a romanceable option. I mean, fuck this guy. He sucks. I found that non-metallic metal, so much of it, like the actual process of doing it, the individual brush strokes, they're a little tedious, but they're not difficult. The difficult part is when you first start, and it's something that I just need to practice so it gets easier, and that's picking where your shadows are going to be and where your highlights are going to be. And once you've picked those spots, once you've made the decision, once you've laid down your initial, shadows, I like to start with the shadows and then work up. It's not that bad. Then it's just going over them until they look right. But developing the eye for that, where should my shadows be, what's going to look good, that seems to be the trick, and that's really what I'm trying to work on. Did buy Titanfall 2 for PC, probably be a detriment to the... No, there's no detriment to the fucking team. We're playing to have fun. It's a PvE game mode, dude. You'll be fine. The worst case scenario is not very bad. I'm not a competitive gamer. Or rather, when I do get competitive, I don't like myself, so I specifically refuse to get competitive in games. I can get very, very competitive. But as I said, I'm not a fan of that version of Thunderhead. He is an asshole. He gets his feelings hurt. He acts very petulant. He behaves in a childlike fashion that I am not comfortable with. So I don't let myself do that anymore. Doing a Cyberpunk Red campaign. Oh, hell yeah. Big Trouble on Jig Jig Street. Hey. Who's gonna be Lopan? He gonna have like a techno fucking cyber wizard version of James Hong. What if the game being rushed is why the city doesn't feel alive? There are a lot of reasons that the city doesn't feel alive, Cyber... I almost called you Cyber Fox. That's fucking ridiculous. Dark Fox. There are a number of reasons that I think it falls flat. I obviously can't say... I can't really attribute that to anything. I don't have an inside view of it. I'm sure it's something that CD Projekt Red is digging into as we speak. I'm sure it's something that plenty of rumors will come out about before we find anything real out.
Stuffed in a box.
It definitely feels rushed, though. I have a hard time believing that the people at CD Projekt Red were really happy with this product when they shipped it. And I just base that on previous work they've done, where they've actually tried and done a whole lot better than that. I'll tell you though, HBO Max just came to Roku. Finally, I can watch Ridley Scott's show about a golden lady that screams people's skin off. I like Travis Fimmel as an actor. He hasn't gotten that much outside of Vikings. He's gotten a few roles, but I like him. I want to see more of him. That actually sounds like fun, Roland. You could have him at a certain point just be like, oh, this really pisses me off to no end. You were not put on this earth to get it. shape to this shoulder pad. That's the nice thing about a tabletop game where you're game mastering, Roland, is you can do whatever the fuck you want. Whatever you want. The sky is the limit, so to speak. And in Night City, you can be anything you want, as long as what you want to be is some dude or chick named V. With a very specific storyline that you cannot deviate from. I'm still a little bit pissed off that the life path choices don't mean essentially anything, as far as I can tell. Like, they made a big deal about that in the come and getches and the ads and in the marketing about how, oh, you can play the game all these different ways and it's going to have such a huge impact. It does not. It affects the first 20 minutes of the game, and then you get a quest later that's loosely connected to it, but that quest doesn't really go anywhere either, and it's short, and it doesn't affect anything else. They should have just advertised it as an adventure game, because that's pretty much what it is. I feel like I enjoyed Mass Effect Andromeda on release more than I've enjoyed Cyberpunk. Sumitha. But I was one of the few people who really had no problems with Mass Effect Andromeda. I didn't even encounter the bugs that everybody else did. I think I just got lucky. That happens, though, with PC releases. Not everybody's gonna have all the problems. Doesn't make them any less real. Doesn't make the complaints any less valid. The thing that's shocking about the Cyberpunk release for me is not the PC bugs, like, it's somewhat to be expected. More than anything, it's how poorly it performed on consoles. That was a major advertisement point. It was something they didn't have to do. They could have just said, look, it's going to be available on next-gen consoles. And you know what that would have done? It would have encouraged more people to buy PlayStation 5s. Instead, they tried to make it for the PlayStation 4, and it didn't work. And then they intentionally suppressed reviews saying that it didn't work. They intentionally prevented people from playing that version of the game before release. And that is where we get into some real murky moral and ethical territory. And I say murky because I'm trying to be kind. If I was being unkind, I would say straight up fucking fraud, which I think a lot of people are starting to say. That is not a good look. Like Maelstrom, but plusher. See, that actually sounds like fun, though. Cyberpunk gangers that deck themselves out like furries. Like Five Nights at Freddy's, but somehow more horrifying. Vergatarung is here. How we doing, Verg? You having a good day? I hope so. I'm going to be doing another one of these Ultrons, probably here on stream before long, so you'll get a chance to see what lessons I learned fooling around like I am right now. I think I've learned some lessons. We'll see if I'm able to apply them. That's going to be the real trick. Notices your penis one option, right? Wake up, samurai. By the way, nice dick. I see you went with penis too. It just seems like it's bizarre to me that the game has the so many penis slider options. They went to the effort of putting in all these ways you could customize your schlong, but it's not like it affects anything in the game. It's not like anyone ever comments on your junk. It's not like there's a version of dialogue somewhere where somebody's disappointed in the size of your dick because you went on the small end of the slider or something like that. It was wholly unnecessary. And then they skipped other portions of the game. Like, what were you thinking, CD Projekt Red? To be a fly on the wall for the development of that game. To be in the project meeting where someone ordered a developer, a programmer, to prioritize the dick size slider over the police AI. It happened. At some point it happened. At some point somebody brought up that they needed to put more time into the AI. And somewhere on the list already checked off was multiple types of dick. Well, thank God we got that part done. We have a city to yiff. Oh, God. I have to say that I'm kind of getting tired of the toxic positivity that I see online for a lot of things these days. And I think that two of the best examples right now are, and I'm not going to turn this into a bitch fest about anything, because I know that that's not always fun. It's rarely fun. Sometimes it can be fun if it's delivered in good nature, but there's definitely a tendency online these days to, like, shame people for having problems with things. And we saw it in the first few days of Cyberpunk, where people were like, well, I'm enjoying the game, so you stop complaining about it. And it's like, if you just let people walk all over you, if you let developers get away with literally everything all the damn time, it's not just a matter of, well, I feel good about it, I'm having fun right now. You're sending a message. You're sending a message to those developers that what they did is okay. In fact, that they should do more of it. And shaming people online into not having problems with things is just silly. And yet I've encountered some of that. I've encountered a surprising amount of it. It's okay. It's okay to have problems with things. It's okay as a consumer to not just accept what you're given. Am I ever going to do true metallic metals? For God or wrong, I've done vastly more true metallic metals than I have non-metallic metals in my life. But it is not a technique that I am doing away with. It's just one that I'm trying to grow beyond. This is the most extreme attempt at non-metallic metal I've ever made in my life, and I'm not super confident in it. But this is that lack of confidence that makes me want to do more of it. I want to become confident in it. I want to know that if I want to do true non-metallic metals, like, I know enough to get it done. I know enough to do a vague facsimile of something that looks like it could be metallic in flat paints. And I think I've said this before, I figure of all the models that I work on, Marvel is this is the best place to experiment. Because these characters in their native form exist in a 2D format. Most of the art of them, particularly of Ultron, who's often drawn in chrome, most of the art of him as a character is done in a non-metallic metal style. So it seems apropos. I try not to pre-order anything anymore. Yeah, and see, that's exactly it. We've already told developers it's okay so many times that it has become just how games are released now. Ryan George just did a funny video on if a modern game developer were to sell you a puzzle, and the guy, buys a box with a picture of a puzzle on it, and he opens it up, and he's like, well, some of these pieces are they're just paper. The picture is just drawn on them. They're like, oh, yeah, we didn't really get around to finishing that part, but you can look at that part and know that eventually, in a few months maybe, we'll get around to giving you those pieces. It's like, well, no, because that's not what I bought. I bought the product. Like, yeah, I mean, you get the product, eventually when we feel like getting to it. Has it been used well by some companies as a method of releasing a game in sort of iterations? I mean, yeah, it has. But are we really comfortable as consumers telling the gaming industry that they can do that to us over and over and over again? I'm not. I violated my usual rule of not pre-ordering anything, and I pre-ordered, now admittedly it was only days before release, but I was like, I want to preload Cyberpunk, because I just want to get in and start playing. It was a mistake. I realize that now. It was a mistake. I should have waited. I suffer the consequences for the action I knew at the time I should not have taken. So, as I sit here criticizing consumers, I partake in it too. I understand the urge. I understand it. I make these mistakes as well. It shouldn't be on me to resist the predatory marketing practices of these companies to a degree, though. It should be on all of us to tell these companies they're not allowed to do it. But, good luck stopping the fucking hype train, you guys. Hey, what's up, Walter's Workshop? How you doing today, my friend? Have we got a shout-out? We did. It just happened. Riot Sister, thank you so much for that. How you doing today, Walter? You are. Hethrir, you know what? We did a poll, and you are the only person who's enjoying Cyberpunk. So, congratulations. I don't like pre-ordering. I don't like Kickstarters for tabletop games because I feel like it plays into the same culture. The same, yeah, just use this system like a pre-order system and we're all fine with it. And I'm not fine with it. I don't like it. Kickstarter for tiny companies who are genuinely need a kickstart to get going is fine, but large companies use it as a glorified pre-order system, and I'm not into that. Why don't you just make the game that you want to sell me, like an actual fucking product like everybody else, and then sell me the product when it's completed, and not sell me promises. It represents a negative shift in dynamics between consumers and producers. And me mentioning it here doesn't change anything. It's going to continue to happen. It's not like anybody gives a shit what I think. But I do try not to participate in it as much anymore. I failed this time, and I feel like a doofus. Feel like a doofus, look like a doofus, act like a doofus, talk like a doofus, stream like a doofus. At a certain point, we have to accept a little bit of truth, don't we? Sadly, doing some adulting. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. Figured I'd pop in while doing so, Walter. It is always a pleasure to have you around, my friend. I hope that our complete lack of adulting helps make your actual adulting a little bit more tolerable today. Just a little bit. Not a lot more tolerable. On some level, I do want you to suffer a little bit, just because I'm a bastard, But a little bit more is fine. It's me! What's up, cutie pie? How you doing today? Mad about the last episode of The Mandalorian. That's good. That's good. Oh, Walter. Walter, you're too kind. This is really like this. I've fooled around with little bits of non-metallic metal before. This is my most ambitious attempt so far. And to hear that it looks good, to hear that this looks good to literally anyone but myself is wonderful, because part of this technique means that I stare at the model so long I start to lose track of what I'm doing or what it's even supposed to look like sometimes. I'm sure you know the phenomenon. So really, I do appreciate that, Walter. Holy shit. The day late gamer, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Twitch celebrity in the house. You know, kinda. He's a Twitch celebrity to me. That's what matters, right? We get a shout out for my boy, DLG, the Day Late Gamer, the man, the myth, the legend, the jackass who encouraged me to start streaming in the first place. If I could credit any one active streamer on Twitch who really got me started and has supported me throughout this whole process, the Day Late Gamer is top of the list. He is a fucking good dude, a longtime personal friend of mine. If you are not following him already, I would consider it a personal favor to me if you'd follow him and check out his next stream. Guy's a fantastic, fan-fucking-tastic variety gamer. Variety gamer? Variety streamer. Game streamer. You know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say. Don't question me. Obey. Well, yeah, I am, but, you know, I'm a power bottom, which means I'm generating most of the power. And Cutie Pie, that puts, we've got at least one person in here now who's like, I'm having a good day because I enjoyed The Mandalorian so much. Now we have one person who's like, I'm angry. I'm angry about the latest episode of The Mandalorian. We're evening things out. We're bringing balance to the Force right here, live, on stream. Isn't that exciting? And for the record, I'm with you, Cutie Pie. I'm kind of nonplussed by this latest and final episode of Season 2. Watched a man catch kangaroos with his bare hands while dressed as a dead emu. How did he get bare hands? I didn't think Cyberpunk allowed you to replace your hands with, like, big, meaty bear paws. That's a stupid joke. That's a stupid joke. I should have been able to think of a better punchline for that one. A better way to work that in, but I didn't, and I'm disappointed in myself. Like, that joke was set up for me to knock it out of the park, and I just wasted my delivery on it. That's no good. Hugh Honey to Vic Vinegar. The honey to your vinegar, dude. That's good, dude. We're partners in real estate and partners in life. Dude, eat my
Here
boogers.
at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's true, we really do. We gotta work on that. Need a transaction that involves a bit more pride, maybe.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Alight with disappointment. How you doing, DLG? How are things, my friend? You having a good day? How's the studio setup going, man? I noticed you've been getting some more Magic the Gathering play in lately. That's fucking awesome. You still have nightmares about sapperling symbiosis?
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
You're still having nightmares about sapperling symbiosis. I can't even blame you, dude. I understand. Really, I get it. You know? I PTSD'd you back in the day a little bit. I covered you in 1/1 sapperlings. And then I used whatever it was, like Might of the Wild. I can't remember what it was called. The one that gives sapperlings +1/+1 for every other sapperling in play for one turn. So I'm like, I got like 50 creatures, you know? Let's, everybody loses. drafting. That's exciting. Keyboards are probably the worst thing ever. I tend to agree. Camo Specs online. Camo Specs. Camo Specs, I'm glad you're here. Man, did I see that you're going to be doing a Twitch stream tomorrow? Did I see that? Did I get that right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? If I got it wrong, I had a Saproling Symbiosis deck that straight gave my opponents fucking nightmares. It was bullshit. I'm not even going to pretend like it was a nice deck. It was nonsense. I did, barring a power outage. Folks, this is a man that you're definitely going to want to watch do some painting. Do me a favor, head on over to Camo Specs Online. Give that man a follow if you're into Battletech at all. Fan-fucking-tastic painter. I mean, really, really, really good. And he's been doing some fun stuff with some more advanced airbrushing of reds. So if you paint battle mechs and you're interested in making your reds pop a little bit more, be a little bit more vivid, be there tomorrow at his stream or B Square. In fact, if you're not at his stream tomorrow, just fucking unfollow me right. I'm joking. Please don't unfollow me. Don't. I'm not that serious. I'm a nice guy, you know, and I value each and every one of you being here right now. Groban likes his reds. It's true. Groban does like his reds to pop. Walter. Seriously, like, okay, there are streamers I've met on here who I'm like, I like this guy. This guy's okay. Walter, I want to sit down and have a beer with you. I feel like we would just quote "It's Always Sunny" back and forth at each other an uncomfortable number of times, and it would be glorious. I don't know if you're planning on going to TwitchCon whenever the next one happens, but you should, man. No, Desert Star Flower. Go ahead and stick around. What time will we be doing some Titanfall 2 tomorrow? SP Firestarter, kind of wait and see. I want to hear back from the people who want to play. I don't think we're going to stream it. We're just going to try playing some Frontier Defense, and then maybe later on we'll do a little stream of multiplayer Titanfall 2. Not later on in the day, but I mean, you know, in the coming weeks, perhaps. We could do some tonight, too, for Gadarung. It doesn't always have to be super regimented or built around a stream. We can just play games. We're adults. We have this power. This paint is chunkier than I'd like it to be. Yeah, games! Yeah, games and the people who play them, yeah! Video games. This mix is not turning out well. I need to try another little glob of my Ghost Gray, I think. Ghost Gray, and I got my Heavy Blue Gray. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Let's thin you out just a little bit. This is one thing. The Vallejo game colors are very dense, and they can be a little tricky to thin. But they've got some colors that I really, really like. And I'd rather have to thin a paint down a lot than have it be too thin out of the bottle. But the only paint I've ever used that has been almost perfect out of the bottle are some of the Reaper Master series, and then the new Pro Acryls are pretty close. They don't need a lot of thinning to get where you want them. Camo Specs, don't even worry about it, dude. You're a fucking fantastic painter. I love your work. I love seeing when you've got something new on the way. I was excited to see that you're going to be here on Twitch. And I'd like to make your first Twitch stream just a mess. I want to put as many people in it as possible, talk it up as much as I can, so when it doesn't go perfectly, it just collapses. And no one ever comes back to say, oh, wait. I wasn't supposed to say that part. Ah, shit. Ah, damn. Oh, I was doing so well, too. I'm just kidding. Oh, you've done them before? I wasn't sure if you'd done a stream on here before. Either way, I'm gonna be there. Only for special occasions. Well, I'm looking forward to the special occasion of tomorrow, I'll tell you what. It's a nice orange, isn't it? It is a, obviously it's not just this. I've done a little bit more work on it. I need to do some more, but I'm just using this Createx fluorescent orange. It's like, this camera does not do this orange justice, honestly. It's a bit hotter in person. But it's working very well for this purpose, I think. Alright, some higher highlights here. Start working up the torso. Yeah, Brushido, that dude, man, he has done some effects that are really, really impressive lately, and I agree, that heat effect that he did was, really, really nice. Really, really nice. Yeah, I feel like these fluorescent paints would be perfect for that kind of an effect. That guy knows what he's doing, though. I saw that he got picked up for some of those new plastic sculpts they're trying out for the upcoming plastic line for Battletech. Could not pick a better painter for that job. He's going to make him look great. I've seen the work in progress on the Kodiak, and from what I gather, he took some of the tips that Dale likes to put out and has been putting them to work for the temperature of his shadows. And that is a big... it's funny how someone who is a talented painter, sometimes they just need that one little technique to kind of put them over the edge, to do their, maybe not magnum opus, but, you know, the next great work that they're going to do. And, yeah. His use of alternatingly warm and cool shadows across the whole body of it, like, ooh, it's good looking. Ooh, it's good looking. It's real good looking. Well, Chaotic, I do talk about your stuff like that, man. Chaotic, you're one of my favorite painters.
I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off,
but you're just base coat, man. You're one of my favorite painters because of how much progress you've shown over the course of this year, dude. And don't fucking sell yourself short. You have come a long way in a very short period of time. And one thing I will always say about Chaotic Harmony, you have the eye, you have the imagination, and you have the moxie, the gumption, the balls. And it's funny, art in general takes courage. It doesn't seem like it does, and it's a very unique sort of courage, but it does. It takes courage to be a real artist, and I say this as someone who I don't think of myself as one, and it's something that I'm trying to sort of work on. It takes courage. It takes a willingness to... I mean, yeah, you look at people whose paintings you enjoy, and you duplicate their techniques, and that's all well and good, but at a certain point, you gotta break those training wheels off, and you gotta just do something. You gotta just try something wild, and you gotta put it out there, and you gotta show it to people and go, hey man, this is what I did. This is my work. I came up with this idea. I didn't copy anybody. I didn't follow a tutorial. I had this wild idea, and we did it. This is me. And that is a stumbling block that a lot of artists, a lot of budding artists, really have trouble getting over. It's part of the reason that I do the Storm Report is I want to get people, particularly new painters, used to the idea of sharing their work with others, of getting honest critique from people, of being willing to accept their failures. Like, yes, it's for showing off your triumphs, absolutely, and you should, but it's also for learning how to accept it when someone sees your work and goes, this one part just isn't, it's not there. And to build that confidence, to build that courage. Because, you know, it's a bit like bearing your soul. It certainly can be. Hamburg Tack, oh my god, that's so many gift subs, Hamburg Tack. 2 more going out over to Camo Specs Online and to Just Dices. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Dices is gonna like that. She hates commercials. She hates them. There are people out there who never struggle with that. There are artists out there who just kind of get it naturally. People out there who take their painting, their work, their art very casually, and they're like, yeah, whatever, I just share it. I'm just doing it for fun. And that's both the right mindset and not one that you should take for granted. It's not, everyone isn't like that. For some of us, this is very personal, and it makes us feel very vulnerable. But what I'm trying to say, Chaotic, is you got balls, man. You got bigger balls than I do. I think. I don't know. Rule 1 prevents me from actually knowing whether that's true or not. See, that's fantastic, though, Rio, because that means you've got a style, and developing your own style is hard. Seeing that piece of yourself, that piece of your imagination that makes you special, and embracing it is hard. It's hard to do. Ooh, that's a Team America World Police reference there, Walter. It's been a long time since I encountered one of those in the wild. You have balls. I like balls. It's true, though, he does. The main export is pop culture references. That's convenient because, contrary to what you might believe, I'm not, like, I know that I look and sometimes act like a real person, but I'm not actually a real person. I'm sort of a construct composed mostly of pop culture references and edginess and contrarianism. How would I describe myself? 2 words. Alpha male. Jackhammer. No, never mind. Oh my god, you guys. The Office is seriously leaving Netflix at the end of this year, and I'm almost in a panic over it. I'm not happy about it, I'll tell you that. I want more. Merciless. Meat pop culture sickle. Ooh, that is that's a bit of a stretch. That's a bit of a stretch to combine those references. Oh, Roland doesn't like The Office. Oh, no. That's okay. It's not for everyone. It is the most binge-watched show on Netflix, though. So you're gonna have a hard time convincing me of its objective lack of quality, Roland. They are saying for their, what is it, NBC? They're trying to do their own streaming service. They're claiming they're going to be releasing never-before-seen superfan cuts of episodes of The Office, and I'm just like, that's cool, but maybe I just pirate it. Maybe I just, surf the old bay and handle that. I'm glad I read that before I said it, Daylight Gamer, because I was about to say it. I was about to say it until you called it. And I did. It's true, Walter's Works. It's a unique show. It is a very unique show in that, I don't really like the latter seasons. I feel like they got flanderized hard. And for a while, because the initial show really rode on the back of Steve Carell, and that's all well and good. He's an American treasure. But after he left, it was not as good. It fell to the shoulders of Ed Helms, weirdly enough. They tried to make the show largely about Jim and Pam, but that was neither interesting nor good. So it kind of rode on Ed Helms and Andy Bernard, which I don't think anybody saw coming when he joined the show. And then they made him kind of unlikable. Which was an interesting choice. I did like the British version, and one of the things I like the most about the British version is that the Michael Scott character is ultimately not redeemed. He was David Brandt in the British version, and he wound up... He had one moment of redemption at the very end of the show where he told an asshole character for once in his life to just fuck off and stop being such a dick, and it was a brilliant moment for the character. But ultimately, he wound up out on his ass with no job, vaguely trying to live off the brief little bit of fame he had for being a character on a TV show where he was just documented as being an idiot. And I felt that was apropos for Ricky Gervais, because I don't like Ricky Gervais, and I think that's kind of where he belongs, but, clearly people don't agree with me because they keep giving him money. We all know the true star of The Office is Kevin. Well, the real secret, Walter, is to undercook the onions. Everyone's gonna get to know each other inside the pot. I got one for you, Walter. Walter's Workshop claims to be his primary export is pop culture references. So, give me one obscure one, Walter. What show did the chili pot gag before Kevin did it? What show did it? Admittedly, there are probably a couple, but who did that specific gag? There's one that comes to mind for me where that gag really dominated the start of an episode in almost exactly the same way. Eddie Izzard does deserve to be more famous. To be fair, Eddie Izzard's pretty famous. Has Eddie done anything recently? Any stand-up specials or anything like that? I just want to see how deep this rabbit hole goes, Walter. No looking it up online. The Young Ones. The Young Ones was the answer that I was looking for, Walter's Workshop. I am afraid that you are going to have to take your pop culture reference crown and mail it to me, and you're paying shipping. That's how this works, right? It's like a necromonger, you keep what you kill type of thing. I am the new Mandalore, right? Oh, okay, yeah, dude, the Young Ones was popular. The Young Ones was popular in like the like 80s. But yeah. It still counts as pop culture. I'm the Kevin spilling the chili gag was definitely a reference to the Young Ones. That's one of the very first episodes where Neil has cooked up a big pot of lentils. And he's so proud of it, and the guys just being the guys cause him to spill it, and while they're having their various insane rows, he's trying desperately to scoop them back into the pot. And it's just a pathetic scene. The Young Ones was not popular in Canada during the year of 1985. Well, it wasn't popular with you. Spent like an hour on Cyberpunk 2077 trying to make West Chatham. Oh my god, you're trying to make Amos? The problem with the Cyberpunk 2077 character creator is that once you're in the game, you don't really look all that much like the character that you created, I found. Like, you can spend a whole lot of time trying to make West Chatham, and you're going to come out looking like his, You remember, Alien Resurrection? Do you remember the Ripley clones? Because that's what you're going to look like. Ooh, get a better GPU then. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. I was ripping you off the other day, DLG, playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I was getting my ass kicked, and every few minutes I found myself going, okay, game. Okay, game. Yeah, like the Amos you ordered from Wish.com. It's like when you go to Fiverr, and you're like, send me West Chatham, and he's what they send. Not too bad. I saw Go-Go. That's what I'm gonna go with. How you doing, Go-Go? Hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hope you're having a good day. I hope everybody's having a good day. You know what? Goodwill. Goodwill to all men. That's what I say. Well, maybe not all men. Goodwill to most. Goodwill to some men. Let's keep things, within reason. This guy's gonna take a lot of fine cleanup, but that's okay. As long as I get my colors where I want them, the cleanup shouldn't be too bad. That's just going through and correcting straight lines and such. Okay game is gonna be in my knuckle. Okay game, right? Like hold fast. I'm just picturing a scene leading up to like some big super hyped release. You know, all the gamers are doing their preloads and checking their GPUs and updating their drivers to the latest version, you know, and then you see DLG like cracking his knuckles and stretching his fingers and going down to the keyboard, and you got OK game across his knuckles. Hey, just Dices, thank you so much for getting that shout out. How you doing, Dices? Always a pleasure to see you in chat. Hope you're having a good day. And if you're not, I'm hoping maybe we can make it just a little bit better. Just a little bit, though. Not like a lot better, you know? I want to keep people's expectations manageable. I'm gonna sit down and start digging through Raised by Wolves. This show is fucking weird, though. Now that I can finally actually get shit from HBO Max, now that they finally have an app for Roku, which is a nice change of pace. Oh, it's different on the front and the back, that's why. Okay. I was wondering why his shoulder pads weren't as symmetrical as I would think, but they have a slightly different design in the back than they do in the front, and that is normal, I guess. It is. Oh, Coral, this is my test piece. I'm going to be doing another Ultron after this where I try to push the non-metallic metal a little bit further. So I'm trying to... This is an experimental piece. And this is the last piece. This is the last of the Marvel Crisis Protocol pieces that I'm doing for Orbital Space Laser Jack. I need to do the basing, but I'm going to do that on a few of them at a time. But I got the Hulk done. I think I could have probably done a better job on the Hulk, but... for whatever reason, I was much more comfortable with going to a tabletop quality paint job on this guy. Either way, I think he came out okay. If I do him again, I'm going to go much, much deeper on a lot of the shadows. He's a little flat. And his hair is not the best, but I'm not really great at doing hair. I think I did a good job on the angry look on his face anyway. He looks a little... You know what? I'm not going to look too close at his eyes, because his eyes look crazy. Let's just pretend like I did a good job. How about that, chat? Can we do that together? Make it our little secret. Fan-fucking-tastic, Dices. You know, it could be going bad, but I have decided that it's not going bad. I'm not going to let it go bad. Today's going to be a good day. Today is a day that we paint, and every day that we paint, something positive is happening. If something positive is happening, it can't be all bad, right? Trying to be a more positive person. So far it hasn't worked, but I'm gonna keep trying. How have things been going for you lately, Dices? I've only been able to pop into a couple of streams recently. It is difficult as a streamer to find time to then sit down and watch streams, which is why I'm always so appreciative when some awesome, fucking excellent streamers like Dices decide to stop into the chat. Because you know the shit she could be doing? She could be working on her next stream, or working on her overlays, or, you know, tending to the rest of her life that doesn't involve streaming. Crazy, I know, but those do exist. And yet here she is, sharing her time with me and the fine people of the chat. Ever get around to making another attempt to print a Sumitha? I haven't yet, Sumitha. Actually, thank you for reminding me. Would you ping me on Discord? Because I'd like to start one tonight, but I'm gonna need a reminder. Thunderhead Lightning is negative in charge. I blame Kat. Her ions did it to us. Early on. Kat got in and everything just turned negative. It's all that ionization. I shouldn't do that. Kat's one of the best goddamn people and the most helpful people in this whole damn stream, and I should be very, very careful to maintain the level of praise. Lest she one day decide, you know what? Fuck that guy.
Welcome
Fucking
back to
Thunderhead.
50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 4.
I love this.
Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
You're gonna give me away to Dices. I used that one on her a little while back to get her to read it.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
Gotta get those crevices. Gotta get those crevices. If you don't get the crevices, you're not gonna define the model very well. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All about the crevices. Though legitimately on Battle Max, you really gotta pay special attention to the crevices. All about that panel lining, baby. Making it look natural. What, you mean, you mean this?
Ass crackling thunder spunk! Yeah!
The rumble of thunder and the whip crack at the end are, they're really something. They really make that one special. There are a lot of ways to get the effect of panel lining without actually going over each and every line of each and every panel chaotic. I think that those methods are generally better. Any method that moves away from hyper-precision painting and towards more relaxed technique, I think is fairly positive. You can be pretty relaxed about painting and wind up with some good results as long as you do your colors well. I know I've pointed out before, Paint My Little World, he's a guy on Instagram and Facebook, but he embodies the style that I wish I had. He's so very casual about his highlights and his shadows, and yet they come out so good. It just has more to do with color choice than it does with painstaking effort. Not that he doesn't put effort in, obviously he does. He's a good example of what I mean when I say that an artist needs confidence. He is a man dripping in confidence. Don't think too much about that image. Or you'll have to define what confidence is as a fluid. Yeah, like washing your Mini, you're not wrong. Pin washing with oil paints is a really good way to do it without having to spend a lot of time on it. How is it pronounced in that case, DLG? Gonna have to do a little bit more work on his eyes, I think. Orange is not quite as vivid there as it is on some other parts. That's okay, though. We got time. Confidenze. Confidenze. Yeah, you have to, it has to be with the hands. You have to go confidenze. Otherwise, it's not real Italian. 90% of Spanish is in the hands. Spaghetti. Lasagna. Manos. Well, I would mean that, Riot Sister, if I wasn't referenced. We've been over this, okay? I don't say almost anything that isn't a pop culture reference, and that also was a pop culture reference. What are you doing? What are you doing with my music, Pretzel? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. All I had to do was complain. Squeaky Wheel gets the, non-DMCA-able music. It's true. When Kat gets angry, she has a bizarrely Bostonian attitude about her. She basically just turns into, like, Bill Burr, but with, fiery red hair. Bit of a Saudi, as it were. I think that looks good. That high highlight right next to that big shadow on his little elbow flare there. Just got out of work an hour early. That was that good energy I was sending earlier, man. It got chaotic out of work. It improved everybody's day. It probably got some of you guys promotions. I know it made DLG's dick bigger. Just from the positive energy that I send out through this stream. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. It usually does, Sumitha. think I need the tiniest bright edge here at the front end of his little robo snout. I think that's going to kind of bring this look together. Yeah, I think that improves it. Makes it look more like a shiny face. And so you can see where the line of his mouth begins now. There's going to be one more round of highlights on the head that's going to be a pure white, and I think that's going to really help define these areas. Still waiting on my pants stimulus. Well, I hope that $600 is enough, because that's all you're going to get. They're going to audit the shit out of it. They're going to be like, you know, let's make sure. We're going to need pictures and measurements from before Thunderhead stream to ensure that DLG's dick was actually smaller before this. He might be trying to get one over on us, and we can't have that. So, you know, get that phone gallery ready, bro, because Mitch McConnell is going in. Damn it, I keep veering into politics. I'm sorry.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. I maintain that even when I joke about it, just know that I'm not serious. I don't want to see them. It's important that we stick to this rule. Gonna head out to finish your adulting, Walter's Workshop. Thank you so much for being here, my man. I hope you are having a great day, despite all this adulting you've got to get up to. Hopefully none of it's too terribly draining. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not following Walter's Workshop, please do me a favor. Go give that man a follow. Fantastic painter, fantastic streamer. Real good dude. Definitely somebody you should check out. Walter likes his streamers to pop, you know? I missed an area on here that I should have made orange at the very beginning of this, but that's okay. I'm going to let it go. Wish me luck with the rest of this, Walter. I'm hoping it comes out decent looking, and then we're going to do a round 2 and see if we can improve on it in the next week or so. I've got more Marvel Crisis Protocol to paint. According to this setting on your dick slider. Yeah, that's the real question, DLG. Penis 1 or penis 2? And where on the slider? Oh, there's one thing. If there's one thing, one positive that Cyberpunk 2077 brought us, it's a lot of memes about dick sliders. A lot of memes. Ooh, thank you, Hamburg. I actually need to fix my lumbar support there. What Titan do I usually like to use in Titanfall 2? Ion. I am all about the Ion. It has that nasty spread fire gun, and then it has the beam charge up for the core. And that spread fire gun is really quite excellent in frontier defense against the bots. Vanguard isn't available for... so, it has another name, but there's the basic Vanguard loadout that you start with. Is there a loadout called Vanguard? I can't remember. Because I don't think Vanguard is a name for a loadout. Vanguard is the style of Titan that BT-7274 is. He's a Vanguard class Titan, and then all the loadouts were... I come to think of it, I can't remember. I don't want to say for sure one way or the other, because I'm certain I'll be wrong. The only thing I'm sure of is how incorrect I am. Ion for the laser face. It's not really a AAA title if it launches complete, and if there's one thing that's true about CD Projekt Red, they are definitely trying to transition into being a AAA company. Woke up to a cop knocking on the front door. Apparently a break-in across the street. Saw my BattleTech, and we ended up chatting about MechWarrior. Wow, that's not where I was expecting that story to go. That's way better than the alternatives. Then the cop revealed himself to be one of those filthy fucking Tubi clanners. And now I'm in jail. I told them I didn't deserve the charge of assaulting an officer, because he's, you know, subhuman filth, but, weirdly enough, they didn't listen to me. He said if he said Lao, I was gonna kick him down the stairs. That's right. It's the first thing you should do when you find somebody who's also a BattleTech fan, is confront them about which of the fictional factions it is they subscribe the most to. Make all the decisions about the friendship based on their answer. I approve. That's just good common sense. You don't want to be stuck with those fucking Dracs, do you? Bit more on his jaw here. So what do you guys think so far? Give me you've been watching me work on it for a little while. What is your honest opinion of this NMM job so far? I'm going to complete it using the techniques and shadows and highlights that I've established so far. But I'm very open to criticism because I'm going to be doing this model again in the immediate future. This is sort of a tester. If there's anything on it that doesn't work, or any ideas you have, or things you think could be done better, I'd love to hear what they are. Because again, I'm gonna try to. Shadows need to go darker in the most extreme spots. Now, I'm not sure if it's coming across We're the Gamers. They're real dark in the most extreme spots, like nearly black. But maybe more of them. Perhaps more of them would make sense. I did lighten a couple of them earlier just because they were very abrupt. But then I am trying to push contrast, so maybe that's a good thing. Jumping up to pure white for a couple of highlights here. Thought about tinting the most extreme shadows towards blue to help pop the orange. So, interesting you say that. When I started this, I had a lot more temperature to both my shadows and my highlights, and over the course of painting it, I sort of naturally drifted away from that. But on the next one, I am determined to lean into the temperature of warm shadows and cool highlights a lot more. Mostly because, first of all, I want to do the ground sky reflection. I don't want to do detailed ground sky, but I do want to have, warm down here and cool up here. And then, yeah, as you said, some cooler reflections on the top is going to help the orange pop out better. In general, I'm going to push the contrast a little bit harder on my next round. That's what she said. My name's Roland and I tell jokes. Oh yeah. You do some other stuff a lot better than that though, We're the Gamers. I thoroughly appreciate your feedback, my friend. And I'll be the first to admit that not all of my shadows on here actually make the most sense. I just chose them for their the aesthetic effects for the shadows nearby rather than where the shadows would actually fall. And that actually freed me up a lot. Poke-a-Maniac 87. God, I feel like that name describes me. Poke-a-Maniac, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for that follow. No, no, that was not a Hank Hill impersonation. I could do a halfway decent Hank Hill. Not gonna. I could. I could do that if I felt like it. Just the tiniest bit of white at the bottom to help sort of define that fin next to his head. I think that helps. No, they don't. They do not zoom. And that's, that's something I'm really working on. When I have tried to do NMM in the past, and I've just sort of failed at my attempts, in a lot of cases it's been because and I'll just fully admit this, I've been too worried about every single shadow being, like, hyper-realistic and making sense given the lighting direction, and I was overthinking it. I was without a doubt and unquestionably over-fucking-thinking it. I needed to relax a bit more, and I actually forgot a mid-tone highlight on this half of his face, so I need to come back and do that. Just gotta relax. Go with what looks good and not necessarily what makes sense, because how many people are going to look at your model and go, whoa, 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 that shadow doesn't have a light source. Back to basics for you, you fucking schlub. Like, nobody. Nobody's going to do that. That's ridiculous. Most people aren't even going to look at the model as close as you, the painter, are, so go with what just kind of looks good over what is absolutely perfect, and never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this is me trying to put that philosophy into action a little teeny bit. I'm going to slop a little bit more of this fluorescent orange into his eyes, because his eyes actually are a little bit dark.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Oh, you better believe I will. Because here at Thunderhead Studio, we believe
Here
in
at Thunderhead
glorbing.
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy.
That too.
Bonus points if it's white paint.
That too. It's all good. Is there a way you can show off what you've been painting? I mean, you pop it in the storm report, oh Coral. You know how it goes. We can all take a look at it. Hell yeah.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. They love the metallics. Hang on, I missed something. Keep gushing about Phantom Brigade, but I've got nothing but melee mechs right now. Have a level 3 mech with a sword beating a level 7 heavy mech with a bat. Dude, melee in that game is fucking cool. I'm very interested to see what it is they want to change about it. If anything, I think the melee might be a little overpowered right now. But because of the way the physics system of Phantom Brigade works, the fact that you can, like, run through a scrum of mechs and do, like, a double swing and hit 3 or 4 mechs at the same time is absolutely incredible. Yeah, throw it in the storm report. Throw it in the storm report. One of my favorite bits. One of my favorite bits. Not just because it means I'm about to get dinner, though it does mean that usually. Didn't I see something about Charlie Cox getting cast in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as something like possibly Daredevil? Did I see that right? Or did I hallucinate that? That is not half bad for Ultron's face. I kind of dig that. I think that looks halfway decent. And getting me to think that my own work looks halfway decent, let me tell you, that is a challenge, but I think we might have hit the threshold on Ultron for me. Threshold! Take us to the threshold! I think we're there. Still needs more work, but I can see the overall effect at this point. Lots of rumors floating around about MCU snagging all the actors for Sinister Six. Ooh, that's exciting. I mean, they're doing, like, the next Spider-Man movie is going to be multiverse, isn't it? They're going full on with the popularity of the Into the Spider-Verse animated movie. They're saying that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are both going to be returning as alternate universe Spider-Man. They're saying that Alfred Molina's Doc Ock is going to be making an appearance. Like, it's going to be crazy. I can't complain about that. Alfred Molina's Doc Ock was excellent. He had his problems, but they all pale next to the performance that he delivered. Fucking Kathleen Kennedy. I'm turning on Dave Filoni these days, guys. I'm not super happy with how indulgent he has become. You either die Filoni, or you live long enough to see yourself become Lucas. That seems to be his fate. I tend to agree. Oh, no, God, DLG, that was terrible. That was awful. You should see yourself out. That joke was bad. And you should feel bad. Molina did make that movie. I completely agree. Hey, Manro Fasal. Good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good day. Mechs are making me appreciate dry brushing on a new level. All those panel lines are ripe for dry brushing. If done well, you can do most of a mech's paint job with dry brushing and still come out with a pretty excellent looking finished product. I missed? What did I miss? I always miss the things. I'm always missing the things. What did I miss? I'm not seeing it now, Roland. Do it again. Whatever the thing is, say the thing again. Oh, no, I did see that. Yeah. The, Los Pollos Imperiales. Oh, man, this latest episode of The Mandalorian, you guys. No spoilers. Seriously, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do the spoiler thing, but I just want to say that I feel like the big twist with Gideon is him basically being like, ha, you thought that I was a competent, clever villain, but in truth, I'm really just another throwaway asshole goon who does stupid things. I was disappointed in his behavior in the Season 2 finale. Oh, a new one, huh? Oh, Drac in the Box. Yeah. Jesus, Roland. Oh, I don't know if you make the world a brighter or a darker place. But either way, I'm still glad to have you around. Drac in the Box. The shit I put up with. McCarran's armored chicken. Still gonna design corporate security lances. Original idea from the Baja Blasters was one of my better ideas. I feel like I signed off on a dude on Reddit to use that for his unit name. He made a couple of Taco Bell style Baja Blasters mechs, but I don't think he ran with it past lance strength. I do feel like that's an idea that is too funny to just let die. You put a super high contrast shadow directly below the highest highlight in a few spots. Calves seem like a good spot. I mean, you've got some fair... I admit, this one here wound up pretty light. The underside of the calf here has a real dark shadow. But I could probably spread that around a little bit. Thinking maybe like... let me try something. There, and there. And then maybe right in here. Break up some of this calf highlighting a little bit here. Actually, I'm going to pull it all the way in here, and then I'm going to blend it in. Just to help define the shape a little bit more, you know? And you threw it away. Wait, what did I throw away? The Baja Blasters is not thrown away. It's still out there. The idea is fresh and new, baby. Anybody can pick it up and run with it. Getting sad to keep bringing in bigger names and Ion Raptor. I think that's the most legitimate complaint I've heard from people who are like fine with all the technical bullshit that I tend to pick on, fine with the plot holes that tend to bother me, which admittedly aren't that big a deal. It's just an issue that I have. The most honest critique I can see is I liked the show back when it was just about some random Mando on the fringe of the saga doing his thing. And more, it's about, like, main characters of the saga. And, I mean, the next season looks like it's gonna be about even bigger and more grand events, which is, like... I'll tell you, it's definitely moving away from its roots. Put them adjacent to each other instead of the gradient. Okay, yeah, I guess I could kind of see that. My brain thinks in terms of gradients, and so much of non-metallic metal is getting used to jarring high contrast in the right places. So that's exactly what I need to work on. Well, thank you, Downslide. I'm glad somebody agrees with my griping and my bullshit. Because half the time I don't. I don't feel that this is... If you are a hard line against even the tiniest potential spoiler for the latest episode of The Mandalorian, I encourage you to cover your ears. But what I am about to say is I do not feel a major spoiler. I don't feel like there's really a spoiler at all. This is the conversation that, frankly, you should expect to come up at this point in the series, given the events as they're playing out. In the latest episode, a character asserts that Bo-Katan must win the Darksaber through trial of combat. That's the only way that she can possibly have it transferred to her ownership, is through trial of combat. And I bring this up because as I'm listening to it, I'm going, well, That's not true. It isn't. White Wolf, I maintain that it isn't because this whole season has been not about, but strictly involving Bo-Katan trying to get the Darksaber. We know where the Darksaber is. We know that she wants it. And a character asserts that that's the only way that it can transfer to her ownership. And, that's not even remotely true. That's not even remotely true. We watched Rebels. For God's sake, it was literally handed to her last time by someone else. How is that a thing? How did she not, like, it bugged the shit out of me, you guys. Alright, I'll stop. No more. It's okay. I'll use sign language for crossbow roof. Wait, no, that's the wrong... Oh, shit. Oh, man, did I get my hand signals mixed up? I'm sorry. Oh, we're done now, Riot Sister. I had to complain about one particular line in the finale of The Mandalorian that really just bugged the crap out of me as I was watching it. Even my wife, who is not a major Star Wars fan, looked over at me and went, That's not right. That's not a thing. That's not even remotely. That's all I'm going to say. It's the only thing I'm going to say about it. I'll complain more about other parts of the episode later on. Not today. The Spaceball salute. I could have ended it with the White Dwarf salute, you know, that one. I need more white paint. That's what Wikipedia said? Well, they pulled that out of their ass. Because I've seen the last episode where the Darksaber changed hands, and that was never a part of it. That was not a part. Like, they vaguely made reference to, well, it should be under combat, but then they were like, I guess it doesn't really have to be. And then Filoni and fucking Favreau have, I guess, decided that, no, that's going to be a thing. It felt really contrived. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Riot Sister. We're done. We're done. No more Mando spoilers. This whole season has, in my opinion, had a number of episodes where they present you with fairly idiotic plot holes that exist purely for the sake of convenience, because it's clear that they have a destination in mind and they're not sure how to get there. And then when you're going, hang on, that doesn't make sense, they go, here's some fan service to distract you. And, you know, I guess that's working, so good on them. Congratulations to them. They figured something out. Extra opaque ink. That does sound... Those things sound mutually exclusive to me. We're the Gamers. I'd be very interested in knowing what you're talking about. Because when you say ink, I think specifically not very opaque. Generally, inks are a very high pigment, but low in opacity. It is. It's fun. I'm not saying it's not fun. For some, it does pull me out of the episode when they do things like that, though. I think calligraphy inks, they make 2 versions of white, normal, and opaque. The opaque is for writing on black paper. Ooh, I might have to check that out. That sounds kind of interesting. I mean, I think we've already determined that I'm just going to complain about what they do in Star Wars literally no matter what it is that they do. There's nothing they can do to make me happy. Because my problems with Star Wars have more to do with me than they do with Star Wars. They have more to do with who I am now and who I was when I fell in love with the universe than they do with what actually happens. In a way, my problems with Star Wars are a kind of a self-exploration. I acknowledge this. I acknowledge the simple truth of it. His ab and chest plates are a portion that I'm going to work harder on for the next version. I'm not super happy with how they came out. I think my choice of highlight and shadow points is a little bit off, but I'm not going to start them over on this one. I'm just going to continue. I'm gonna have to check out this calligraphy ink, because yeah, if there is a good white that'll flow off the brush easily, that can make a strong white line even on a black undercoat, that's something I want to have in my arsenal. They can add more 3-eyed frog monster. Oh god, that fucking monster. I'm gonna have my vengeance on that fucking frog monster, you guys. Next time we're playing, I'm going back. We're going back to Bogano, and I am not. Tonight I dine on 3-eyed frog soup. That's all I'm saying. Are they still doing... I remember a while back they said they were going to give a Star Trek movie to Tarantino. Is that actually happening, or was that just one of those things people say? There was a plan. Was sounds like it's not happening anymore. Which is a relief for me, really. I don't know what the hell anybody's thinking. Like, Tarantino and Star Trek don't belong in the same sentence. They don't belong in the same fucking conversation. Like, if somebody asked me, like, what's the fastest way you can think of to ruin the next Star Trek movie? I'd say give it to Quentin Tarantino or Robert Rodriguez. And of those two, I think Rodriguez might actually produce a passable movie. Fair enough, Cat. Enjoy. Thank you for hanging out and putting up with my bullshit. It's a fun episode, Cat. You'll enjoy it, and then once you've enjoyed it, I'll ruin it for you. I'll tell you why everything you like is dumb and why you're wrong for having fun. because there is no pleasing me. There is no pleasing me. You see a sign on my transporter that says Dead Bolian Storage. Stop having wrong bad fun. No fun allowed. I think Del Toro would do a great job with Star Wars. But then I'll watch anything Del Toro does regardless of whether it's set in a known universe or not. I just like Del Toro. Man has a real imagination on him. A real one, not one of those fake ones. You know the ones I'm talking about. Like the one that, like the imagination that J.J. Abrams has. That's a fake imagination. It's not real. Death Troopers like the book? Death Troopers? Because, yeah, I'd watch the shit out of that. These shoulders are going to need some more special attention than what I'm giving them right now. They need more shadows on them, because right now they're just bright on top, and that's not where I want to leave them. It's not where I want to leave them at all. Storing dead Bolians ain't my fucking business, that's why. God damn it. Damn it, why'd you have to stick those lines, some of the most quotable lines in movie history, into my fucking head, Hethrir? I am deeply resentful. Actually, that line is not very quotable because it has a very strong racial slur in it, but you know what I mean. Memorable lines. Can't see the imagination behind all the lens flare. Ooh, shots fired. Can't see much. Can't see much with how shiny everything in JJ's head apparently is. If you ever thought that a man couldn't polish a dog turd, you have not seen enough of JJ's work, because that's about all he does. Is polish turds. And ruin things that had every right to be good. But never will be. Because he did the writing. It took me years to come back around on the writing of Damon Lindelof because of J.J. Abrams and what happened with Lost. I had to read interviews with Lindelof talking about the lessons he learned from Lost and how he didn't intend to do that mystery box bullshit with J.J. anymore before I was willing to give a chance to shows like Watchmen and The Leftovers, and oh my god, am I glad that I did. Damon Lindelof was the most compelling... I realize now that Damon Lindelof's writing was the most compelling thing about Lost. But everybody was stuck on JJ at the time. Pulp Fiction with the Deep Space Nine crew. Pulp Fiction, man. That was a time to be alive. It was just an interesting time to be, like, alive and conscious of pop culture when that movie came out, because it had an impact on everything and everybody. such a huge impact that it more or less made Quentin Tarantino into the household name that he is now. Without that movie, he simply wouldn't have, like, he'd done films before that, obviously. But that one put him in the public eye. And gave him free reign to do a bunch more movies, a lot of which sucked. It took many of us a long time to realize that Quentin was kind of a douchebag and mostly just good at writing snappy dialogue and not really compelling stories. In fact, many of us have not yet realized that because they keep suggesting giving him more movies. But I maintain it to be true. Also, he nearly killed Uma Thurman, and that's really not cool. I think the part on this model that I'm least happy with right now are the shoulders, and I'm going to need to do more work on them. I feel that becoming more true every bit of paint that I put down. Ooh, 4 rooms. 4 rooms with, Tim Roth, right? He was in that, wasn't he? God, I love Tim Roth. That guy is an actor. Yeah. Tim Roth was the Lincoln character. Watch that whole movie just for the moment when he chops the dude's finger off. And marches out just satisfied as can be. Had to explain that Shakespeare was the Tarantino of his day. So I chafe at that comparison for one reason only, that being that I feel that Shakespeare had a greater mastery of the English language that let him do what he did than Tarantino has of his medium. Though I will concede that their stylistic approach is very, very similar. Their tendency to attempt to shock the audience with the unexpected and their irreverence for the common knowledge of what is done and what should be done in their medium is very similar, yes. But see, I personally don't like Tarantino, and therefore I am reluctant to give him the accolades that he probably deserves, but at least I'm capable of recognizing that that is why I do it. That has to be worth something, and I'm not sure how much or to whom, but... Puck Duncher, thank you so much for that reminder. There's my water bottle, there it is. You have fun, we're the gamers. Looking forward to seeing what you get, what you work on next. It's true, Puck Duncher. We are a bunch of fucking nerds around here. I can't deny that. Who's the more nerdy, the nerd or the nerd who follows him? That just shows you how far we've fallen in general in the arts, Roland. That's a good point, really. As long as, Roland, you're not serving him that awful, awful fucking shit that, the Johnny Silverhand, where it was like tequila and beer with some chili in it. Like, don't drink that. Don't make that. That sounds awful. Hey, what's up, O'Coral? Oh shit, you guys! I do want to become famous. I should buy some followers. Yay, bots. Hooray for bots. Every time I see that, it depresses me a little bit that I know they would not continue to do that if they didn't get any clicks, if nobody clicked on that. And that makes me think of, like, who is the streamer who sees that and thinks, that's a great idea, I should do that? What drove them to that point in their life? Are they desperate? Are they gullible? Some combination of both, I would assume. It's the same bad feeling I get when I see those, like, Nigerian prince email scams. I think to myself, like, oh, they are, aren't they? I can do it. I have this ability, do I not? Yeah, there we go. Bing, bang, boom. Taken care of. I should... You know what? Here, let's do something else while we're at it. Only block and report? I don't have the option to do anything else? Come on. Kursala, you have 999 plus messages in this chat, and only one timeout. That's fairly impressive. I'm impressed with you. Is there just a chat command to make somebody a mod, like /mod? Is that something I can do? I don't want to have to go to my, Actually, hang on. Hang on. I am going to go ahead and toss some. Let me see, O'Coral. You have... It's not telling me. I don't know why it tells me that information for Kursala, but it doesn't for you, O'Coral. Oh, there it is. You have none. You have 999 plus messages because it stopped counting them and 0 timeouts. You got Kursala beat, buddy. Alright, let's go into my stream manager here. Boom. Look at that. Look at the sheer quantity of power that I wield. Quake. Quake in fear, mortals. For I am he who determines mods in his own chat room. It's not that exciting when I say it out loud. Your screen just went all wonky. Welcome to the real world. You just took the red pill, baby. You're seeing beyond the Matrix. They're really making that movie, aren't they? They're really making a fourth Matrix movie. God, I had forgotten about it for a while, and then I just remembered that. That's gonna be so... You know, I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's not gonna be good. There's no way in hell they do a fourth Matrix movie, and everyone's like, you know, I feel like that was necessary, and it totally helped the story of the first one. There's no way, because the best thing they could do for the Matrix movies is pretend that the second and third one didn't happen, but that wouldn't make for a good movie. That wouldn't make for something watchable. I hope that Keanu doesn't spend all the goodwill that he has, you know? I hope that we get to enjoy him for a good while longer. I should have done the inside of the elbows as orange. That would have been a good spot. Matrix 2077. Yeah. Yeah. See, it kills me because Bill and Ted 3 I thought was actually pretty solid, but then Bill and Ted 3 is like you can do whatever the fuck you want with Bill and Ted. You're not gonna ruin anything because it's fucking Bill and Ted. It's profoundly, fundamentally, and explicitly silly. Oh, but they didn't make a 2 or 3. God, I wish that was true. God, I wish that was true, Shock 21. I wish it so much. But unfortunately, I live in the desert of the real. Correct a shadow on his face here a little bit. And then there's highlighting along this shadow side of his face. I'm just making it identical to the way it is on the other side. I don't see the point in varying it too much. Can't see him. Not on the same sides of his face. You can never see them both at once, so they might as well be the same. Howdy, howdy, Pondburn. Good to see you. What if I told you The Matrix 4 is actually Terminator 2? It seems unlikely, because Terminator 2 was a good movie. And The Matrix 4 is not going to be. Will it be a profitable movie? I mean, probably. People will fucking pay to see anything, as far as I can tell. Though I'm very interested in learning that HBO Max is going to be holding, like, all of MGM's film releases, starting with Wonder Woman. For the next year. When they come out in theaters, they're also going to be coming out on HBO Max. I'm kind of excited about that. I would not have gone to see Wonder Woman 1980 whatever, but because it's going to come to me on HBO Max at release, I will wind up seeing it. That is a good move on their part. Presumably a good move on their part, because they don't care if I like it or not, they just want me to watch it. Ender 3 is quiet. I forgot I was printing something. Looked over and the printhead was printing some small detail. Looked like it was having a seizure. I hate it when my slicer delivers instructions for the printhead to do the little like rapid fire back and forth zigzags. That is the worst. I wonder if there's some setting to make it impossible for it to do that in particular. Alright, so it's not perfect, and I feel like I probably need to do some more fine-tuning on it, but what do you guys think? The shoulders definitely need work. They're not reading the way I'd like them to. But for a relatively high polish, chrome, non-metallic metal for a first try, probably just start over. Yeah, right? Does it look like metal from 4 feet away? The arm's length test? It looks pretty good at arm's length. If anything, I could go higher on some of the highlights, I think. Here, let me... You get the slightly further away look at it. Maybe that'll help you. There, from that distance, how does it look? I want to work on the orange a tiny bit more. The recesses in the eyes. I'm fairly happy with it for what it is. Will I ever paint a battle mech ever again? Sunday. Roland, we're painting Papa Bear's Atlas on Sunday. Where is it? There it is. Sunday. We are going to go ahead and get started on this bad boy right here. Do some more storm chasers. We got a little bit of time before the storm report, so I'm going to lay in some more of my fluorescent orange in a few spots. And maybe even let it creep out onto the metallic effect in some areas. It is supposed to be glowing after all. I'd like the eyes to be a little bit more vivid. I really like this original comic book design of Ultron so much more than the design they gave James Spader. I know they wanted him to look more humanoid, so they redid his eyes to just look like human eyes. They wanted him to be more expressive. But he just wound up looking derpy. You know the one I'm talking about in Age of Ultron, where they basically just gave him a human face as opposed to the usual, more robotic look that he has? Of course, they also made him crack a bunch of jokes, which was another very strange choice for a character like Ultron, who, is, as far as I know, is not really known for his joke cracking. Like, James Spader is objectively a great fucking actor and a really good choice for even a character like that. He plays evil so damn well, but not even he could save some of the writing they gave him to work with. Do we have any beers? If Joss Whedon's your writer, everyone tells jokes. Yeah, you're not wrong. I really liked it. He looked and felt like a super high-tech toddler. He did a bit. He did a bit. I'm fairly happy with this. Like, this is not... Okay. This is pretty far from a high-level non-metallic metal paint job, but for being... For what I'm attempting to do, I feel pretty good about this. And like I said, we're going to do another Ultron almost immediately. This one is going to a friend of mine to round out his MCP set, along with the recently finished Incredible Hulk I need to do the basing on. And, what was the other one I just did? Okay, I'm back. I don't know what I did here. MODOK came out really, really good, though. Like, this is a case of I accidentally painted something to a higher level than I feel I'm strictly capable of painting things. And I'm a little embarrassed to send these to him because he's gonna get them and it's gonna be like honestly, let's just take a look at this for a second. Because this is the first mini that I did from his set for Marvel Crisis Protocol. And if I'm being honest, he looks like dog shit. Rumlow here. This paint job is just shit. It's not very good. It's got some really awful true metallic metal on it. All the colors kind of blend together. There's no real texture. Everything's sort of desaturated. And this was when I was like, I'm just going to do these real quick. I'm going to slap them together. And then as I kept painting, I started enjoying the models more. I did a slightly higher quality job on Captain America. I did sort of a loose non-metallic metal effect on his shield. It's okay. It's not really hyper-saturated like I'd like it. In fact, most of the colors are kind of desaturated on him. But I did a better job on Captain America than I did on Crossbones. I know that I can do better because after him, I did Captain Marvel. And I don't even like this character, and I did a better job on Captain Marvel than I did on Captain America, just because I was kind of ramping up into the more vivid comic book style of painting. I think she came out downright great. Her face could use a little bit of work, but all my faces could definitely use some work. Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, we're the gamers. Like, my texture improved significantly. Oh, thank you so much.
It's nice and cool from the cellars.
Ooh, cellar cool. That works out well. Oh, all right. We don't have song requests here, Brockspace. With all the DMCA requests, we just do some generic tunes through Pretzel. But yeah, no, she definitely. You don't have to. No, a lot of people do that, Brockspace. I'm just letting you know. We don't Twitch has been really, really stringent about their DMCA reporting lately, so a lot of people are being very careful about their music. I know, Data Nerd, I know, and it's like, I almost want to apologize for getting better as a painter, which is stupid, but I'm gonna send him this whole set, and he's gonna be like, oh yeah, here's my Crossbones, and then here's my Ultron. Like, what the fuck? He's gonna tell people, oh, the same painter did both of these, and I'm not seeing it. Oh my god. You know, here's my Crossbones, and here's my MODOK. Like, what happened there exactly? I don't know. Either way, he's getting a full set of painted minis, and Ultron is going to be the last of them. But I've got better ideas for all of them. For my set, my set's going to look better, because this was a loose, low-contrast attempt at a pseudo-non-metallic metal that I tried for Doc Ock, and then a little bit of OSL and working with my fluorescent magenta paint. And I don't hate this paint job. I think that this paint job actually came out pretty decent. But I also look at it and I think to myself, I know what I'm gonna do differently next time. So I'm looking forward to digging into Doc Ock in particular again, because if I can do Doc Ock's legs up to the level that I've done on Ultron overall, I think he's gonna look pretty damn good. Okay, fair enough, White. Well, I mean, I'm not trash talking. I'm just saying, objectively speaking, I didn't spend as much time on the first minis as I spent on the later minis, and I think Ultron looks pretty good. But again, now that I've done this, I've got some ideas for how to do it next time. Now, that's a good point, Pawnburn, and it's one of the reasons I feel okay with it. Ultron and MODOK are boss villains, and Crossbones is just a mook. Now, to be fair, in game terms for Marvel Crisis Protocol, Crossbones punches so fucking hard. He punches so fucking hard for his points. Having played a few games with him, like, If you sit down for a game of Marvel Crisis Protocol and you're playing the heroes, and your opponent sets down Crossbones, don't underestimate him. Do not do it, because he will punch your goddamn head clean off, and then he'll punch you into a car, and then he'll pull himself over to you and get another punch on top of it. I've seen him rock Captain America in one round. I'll do a little bit more work on his orange before we move on to the storm report today. I think I'm going to do more areas of orange the next time, too. Some down here at the base of the spine. I think the backs of the knees are going to be a good spot for it. Maybe the ankles. I don't know if I want to carry the orange all the way down to the ground. But I definitely like the way it contrasts with the rest of the paint job, considering how monochrome he winds up. I understand what I mean when I say this, but fuck off with this. Alright, fair enough. I'll shut the hell up. I'll shut the hell up. That's fair. Oh. Technically, Ultron won't be the last miniature that I finish. I need to finish Iron Man. This is where I've gotten to him, and I kind of stalled. But I think one more paint session on Iron Man, and I'll be able to call him done. He just needs a few more rounds of highlighting. And then, obviously, to finish his base. But, I'm getting more comfortable with non-metallic metals now. I think Iron Man's coming together pretty decently. This one, I very much did I watched the Sarastro video and just kind of followed what he did and tried to throw some of my own flair on it. This one is just all me getting more comfortable with it. So, the next Iron Man I do, I'm going to do a little bit more freeform, a little bit more like I've done Ultron. Marvel Crisis Protocol figures, and then I've got a couple that I'm going to be doing that I haven't done on stream yet. Because I picked up this bad boy. And I am excited to paint this figure. Green Goblin is one of my favorite characters in the Marvel Universe. He is my favorite Spider-Man villain. I fucking love the Bat Glider. I love that he is like a super genius super soldier who looks like he just flew through a Spirit Halloween store, that he throws pumpkins at you that are incredibly deadly. Like, he's just such a nonsense villain. But I'm really looking forward to painting him. I'm going to put some real effort in on him. And I got Venom, too. He's just batshit crazy. Well, ain't you got the joke, Sumitha? Alright, ladies and gents, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to do a teeny bit more work on Ultron, then we're going to roll right into the Storm Report and see what people have been sharing with us. One moment. Alright, alright, alright. How long have we got? About 10 minutes. Okay, let's do some more work on Ultron's orange parts. These fluorescent paints are interesting. They have a... It seems like their pigments, like the actual pigments, are large. They behave like they have sort of a heavy particulate in them. So they can be a little tricky to thin. Oh, yeah, thank you for both of those. I need to fix my seat and take a slug. Okay. And focus a bit, yeah. Shoop. There we go. Oh, that was specifically a beer hydrate. Well, I'll tell you what. There you have it. There you have it. Just be warned, White Wolf. I am not a cheap date. Some more in here. These shoulders both need some more cleanup, but definitely need to fill out the orange, so. I feel like I want to do more in these orange parts, something to give them more depth, but I'm not totally sure what to do with them. Maybe some yellows, maybe some reds. I'm not totally decided yet. They need shadows, they feel blown out. I mean, it's supposed to be a red light coming from within. So blown out isn't necessarily all bad. But it seems like there must be another way to sell the effect besides just using fluorescent paints. Part of the challenge is I don't really work with these fluorescent paints very much. So I don't have any great ideas yet. I'm going to work with them more and see what I can't come up with, though. I think letting them kind of bleed out to the surrounding chrome isn't a terrible idea. I think I'm going to base coat beneath them a little bit more thoroughly next time. They show the base coat beneath them very easily. They're fairly transparent. So maybe if I do pre-shading just with white and black before I come in with it, then I won't have to worry as much about the depth. I'm going to try that on the next Ultron. Forest Compliment red vines. You can slurp milk through them. So, you know, just in case you are a disgusting heathen with awful taste, you can enjoy milk in a unique way with them. Yeah, that makes sense. They are a great snack if you're an awful person who hates good things. I drink soda out of the... Jesus Christ, Roland. Next you're going to tell me you drink Mountain Dew through them. Oh, no. No, stop that. A thought, not sure if it's any good or not, perhaps a lighter colored glow of roughly the same shape in the middle of the larger areas of glowy bits? Possibly. That's what I'm thinking. If I do a pre-shade, a more thorough pre-shade of these areas that are gonna glow before I lay in the orange, it might give it that little bit of variation in depth that you're thinking of. Because this fluorescent paint is, I'm discovering, very sensitive to the shade that it's going over. Very, very sensitive indeed. It wound up being totally different on this side of the chest versus in his palm, for instance, just because of the white-black pre-shade. I think if I lean into that, I could do a cool effect for not too much effort. I've always liked Ultron's face. His weird, shrieking robot face that he's got. The way his mouth occupies like half of his head. No, don't drink Monster Energy drink through a goddamn red vine straw. Roland. Are we gonna have to have like an intervention on you or something, man? Because this is getting dark. This is getting dark. I mean, look at how the fluorescent orange looks on my glove versus how it looks on the figure. It's strangely transparent for how vivid it is. I guess that actually makes some sense when I think about it. I am angry robot man with glowy insides. Fear me. Is Ultron angry? I don't know if anger is an emotion that he really possesses. Though I'm not even gonna pretend to be an expert on Ultron. I've got his palm glowing as if he's gathering energy, and I think maybe if I extend that, if I thin this and I extend it down his forearm just a touch. Just a touch. Do it lightly so that I can kind of wipe it away if needs be. Bit onto the shoulder itself. That could work. What do you think of that? That little bit of extra orange on his forearm just to sell that his palm was meant to be glowing. Maybe if I go a little bit higher right up here. Definitely want to hit the insides of his fingers. Reinforce this some. I'm violent robot man with glowy insides. Yeah, that seems more accurate. He is violent. Which Ultron? Comics or movie? Definitely comics, Brock Space. I'm not... the Ultron in the movie was, he was goofy. He was very silly. He cracked jokes. And, that didn't really scream Ultron to me. Yeah, Data Nerd, it is almost exactly that time, according to my count. But then I think I started a few minutes early. So one more time, I'm going to go ahead and close up the magical palette. And let's just take one final look at our work for tonight. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with where we've wound up tonight. I need to do... I'm just going to do some dry brushing and some washing on his base. Really nothing of great significance. That'll add a little bit more detail. But this isn't... This is not half bad for... And what I wanted to do with this, really, was just try non-metallic metal over an entire figure without consulting pictures or somebody else's work. Just what I know of how the effect should be applied and how I want to apply contrast, and just using my own guile. Is that the right word? No, it's probably not. It's probably not the right word. See what I could do. And this is not bad. This I can work with this. I can build on this for the next one. I'm particularly happy with his legs and his head. Not as happy with his chest or the rest of his torso. I think his arms look okay. The shoulders need a little bit of work, but the legs and the head, for whatever reason, I think came out pretty decent. Maybe a stronger highlight on this thigh. It's looking a little muddy. Oh yeah, we done painted Ultron, folks. We done did it. I think it looks pretty good. So let's head on over to the Storm Report and see what y'all have been sharing tonight.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Like you. Ultron's base looks a touch gray. So one thing I am going to do with the next one is I'm going to try to work in the temperature to the shadows and highlights so that we have warm from below and cool from above. This guy wound up a bit monochrome, but you know, it's a learning experience. So what have we got here? Up first, from Rogue 19K, a storm is coming. Wait, let me make sure that it's actually showing. Okay, yeah, it is showing the Storm Report. Fantastic. A storm is coming, one unlike any other. The howling winds cry its name. Warhammer 2, coming soon. This summer, one mech has been through hell and back. It's a classic design. It marched to the heart of the clans, and then those filthy tubies thought, we can improve on this. Yeah, it really does look cool. So, Puck Duncher, I believe, did you start with Polygon Masterworks Warhammer and then mod from there? I can't remember what you said, Rogue. I believe he started with Polygon Masterworks Warhammer and then started doing modifications from there. These are the weapon pods from the Warhammer that I designed, kind of bringing it up to the clan specs for the Warhammer 2. All in all, it's a damn great looking print. Yeah, it is, because I had expressed some doubt as to whether all the fine details would print well or not, and they actually did a pretty good job. Pretty soon, Sumitha. I'm pretty sure that it is pretty soon. I believe that Rogue has already started working on this Warhammer. I'm sorry. It's a Warhammer 2, not a Warhammer 2C. Okay, fair enough. Bishop Steiner says you stole the... yeah, they're based on his fucking art. He didn't... I've said this in literally every single post I made about those Warhammers. I was like, hey, I found some art from Bishop Steiner from the Warhammer, and I thought the weapon arms looked cool, so I put them onto Blars. And people are fucking silly. He can say whatever the hell he wants. That's how inspiration works sometimes. Hell, I even asked him before I did it, and he was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. So, whatever. A character. That's a good way. That's a good diplomatic way of putting it, Sumitha. Bishop Steiner is indeed a character. He's a zany guy, that one, with some funny ideas. Talented artist, I gotta give him that. I love the redesigns that he does. Really nice looking print, Rogue 19K. Coming soon, indeed. We should have some paint down on that before you know it. It might even have been fitted on in later in the Storm Report. We will find out. Here we have, looking for a little bit of feedback also from Rogue. After a lengthy hiatus of submitting my work, it has been a bit of a time. I present the Grendel Prime and Clan Wolf Delta Galaxy Parade livery. I really dig this very simple color scheme with the kind of ruddy, sandy. The top part of the mech is in many ways similar to the base, and the fact that it is separated by this sort of cool gray work in the legs actually works pretty well. I also like the blue. It's a simple, straightforward color palette, but it's well applied. Is there another bot? Ah, son of a bitch. Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of that. Bye-bye, Mr. Bot. Roland, it really, just keep working, man. Just keep working. You keep painting, and in a few months' time, you're gonna look back on the stuff you're doing right now and go like, how the fuck, how am I the same person? Ion Raptor, that's the healthiest way to go about it, man. This is something that I've learned from dealing with... Here's the thing, guys, like, think about... Let's have a moment of truth. Let's have a moment of honesty, okay? Who among us right now, right here, is not a bit of a weird guy? Or chick, whichever. A bit of a weirdo. We know, deep down, we're a little weird. Me? I can be incredibly petty. I can be astonishingly selfish, petty, sensitive, and vindictive. I know that I have this in me. I have done it. Yeah, of course not Rodan. Rodan is a fucking towering beacon of all the best virtues of man. Absolutely. How could we ever possibly say otherwise? No, but really, we all have it in us. Exactly, Sumatha. It's just human. And those of us who decide to engage in art tend to be a little bit more eccentric, a little bit stranger. We have some funny personality quirks. And I mean, really, name me a really talented artist out there who's not just a bit of a freak in some way. It's all of us. It's all of us. So I look at an artist as talented as Bishop Steiner, and he is very talented. And I'm going to bring up Anthony Scroggins. I'm going to bring him up right here, right now, not to rag on the guy, but to say that Anthony Scroggins is an incredibly talented artist. Graham, you are absolutely correct. I know that we have our problems with I say we. Several of us in the community might dislike certain aspects of his personality on a personal level. I think that that's fair to say. I don't think anyone would deny that. But he's an amazing artist. He's an incredible artist. I would be shocked looking at the level of art that he does and the inspiration that he draws from when he's doing his own shit. To look at that and say, this guy's probably a perfectly normal, well-balanced dude who's fine in all social situations. That's fucking nuts. Of course he's gonna be a bit of a weirdo. And for each and every one of them, and for each and every one of us, it depends what day you catch us on. It depends what day you catch us on. It depends what mood you catch us in. It depends what happened to us the previous night. It depends what we had for dinner last night. All of it depends on that. You come at me at the wrong time of day and you go, your art looks a little derivative. And I might be like, son of a bitch. Or I might be like, oh yeah, shit, you're right. I just think it's important that we all remember these things when we're criticizing people, you know? I'm a big believer in the golden rule, and I would hope that people would consider those factors when they look at some of the asinine shit that I've said online. Like, for the love of God, don't dig into my Reddit comment history, because I am a fucking asshole in the right circumstances. So, you know, let's all just make art together, guys. That's really what I'm getting at. And of course, beat motherfucker. Yeah, obviously that's definitely what I'm talking about, Roland. This is a lovely, smooth, very clean, professional seeming paint job that you have achieved here, Rogue. I love this color scheme. I can't wait to see more in it. If I had to criticize, and you're asking for feedback here, I think that this paint job would be improved by deeper shadows, mild edge highlights. I don't mean highlighting every single edge as some people like to do with edge highlights, but for example, you see where the light is falling on it here. See right here, 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 here and here, here, across the inside of the arm, top of the shoulder here, down this edge here. Every place that you can see that the light is hitting it here, a little bit right here, 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 and here, this edge of the foot. Slight edge highlights there would go a long way to selling me the soft shadows. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. We're the gamers. Thank you. Thank you for putting the correct words to it. Volumetric edge highlights as opposed to just ubiquitous edge highlights. The other thing I would do is I would take this gunmetal that we have for the working parts, for the fist, for the weapons, and I would do it to the shoulder joint here. I think this is a good spot for it. Bottom half needs some separation. Yeah, you've got better shadows on the bottom half than you have on the top, but if you just did those volumetric edge highlights, like here and here, a little bit here, one little line each on top of each of these, like that would go so far to selling the individual details on here. But no, absolutely, it's very clean, it's very professional seeming, and it's well presented. Also, fantastic photography that you've worked up to here, Rogue. You take some of the best photos of minis of people who post in the Storm Report, and if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, probably 1,000 times today. Taking pictures of miniatures is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place, and you do fantastic pictures. I love the cockpit on this, by the way. Really, really nice. Don't have to set up my tabletop stuff for the weekend, so my night is suddenly free. Do I go and whoosh people or do some painting? I mean, Caddick, you know my answer. You know my answer. By the way, I'm making you a Borealis right now. Like, that's what's over on the printer, I hope you know. I'm going to be sending out a number of Borealises, and then I got to print some more because we're going to be giving some out when we're coming up on the 100th paint stream. Really, really nice work, though, Rogue. I hope that has been helpful. Also, you could go with heavier black washes on your metallic parts. I don't think that would be a strong detriment at all. Leaning towards some painting, do it. Fuck, do it, kid. Harmony, Rogue 19K, really, really nice job. Thank you so much for sharing, and I thoroughly, thoroughly hope that has been helpful to you. Everyone needs a bit of blep in their life. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's interesting, Rogue, I dug into my cell phone recently and played with my settings and actually got it to a point where it can take decent miniature photos. Still not as good as the ones that I get out of the Lumix, but you're right. If you adjust the settings a little bit, you can get really, really nice. Like the phones that we have or the cameras that we have in phones these days are like as nice as the high-quality mirrorless or DSLRs that we had 10 years ago. They're really, really high-quality cameras. The problem you have with them is that they're so aggressively set to automatic because most people don't need to fuck with their camera settings. Most people do not need to play with their camera settings, so the cameras tend to just be like automatic, 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 and you have to really kind of dig to get into manual settings. But if you get into manual settings and play with your exposure, you can get some pretty high-quality photos. New phone with better lens for macro photography, and it's sexy. Miniature photography, man. There's some stupid little tricks to learn, but once you learn it, your photos are so much better. That's a cute pupper. That is a cute little pupper. I like her little whiskers. Her little white face. Oh. Thank you for sharing that with us, Machine God. I think we all needed just a little bit of pupper in our life. Today, here we have from Sumatha Operation Lancaster previews, moving over to some of the Ronin Free Company's Mercenaries battle mechs as depicted by Matt Plog. The Ronin's Archer, Tempest Fury, and Cyclops Warcrime have already been shown here in previous Storm reports. The Mad Cat Mark II, known as Sandstorm, is a salvaged machine that has a pair of Inner Sphere Tech LB-20X autocannons grafted in place of the standard Gauss rifles, necessitating a downsizing of the long-range missile system and a reduction in the number of secondary lasers, but making it no less of a monster. It is, I like the profile of those weapon pods on that chassis. I like it more than the usual droopy Mad Cat style arms. Yeah. Yeah, I dig that. Plog does such a damn good job with shading and perspective. He really, really does. That three-quarter view is where he shines. I like the design of these missile pods, too. The way the central core kind of comes up out of like a... You know what it is? It's like an LRM taco. You know? There's like a... There's a little taco shell sort of cradling the missiles there. That's my assessment, and I stand by it. The taco mech. Lerm tacos. Oh, God. Alright, then there is the Rifleman that has been given the nickname of Gravy. Far tougher than any standard rifleman, toting a quartet of medium-class lasers and a pair of rotary autocannon 2s for some reasonable long-range firepower. The classic anti-air mech has proven itself extremely useful as a member of the Ronin Free Company's battle mech forces. I admit that this may have been shown before. I don't think this one has, but I post this now either way for good reason. Keep an eye out for this one during Tex Talks Battletech. The Rifleman. Whenever you get a chance to watch it, I have not had a chance yet. Should also be mentioned the project broke well past the 392,000 word mark this morning while making additions suggested by the aforementioned Tex. I don't think you've shared Gravy with us before. That is, woo, that's some DACA right there. Yeah, you can hear the brrr. Like, this thing would just bark like fucking crazy. Really nice job on this one. And of course, the pile of shells still steaming does so much for the overall feel. I like how he's drooping one of his arms down a little bit more, too. Too often the Rifleman just winds up looking like a walking turret. Simple, but very, very functional. I dig this. So I've got one of the new Riflemans, actually. I have one of the new Clan Kickstarter riflemen, whatever you want it to be. I'm going to be doing up some alternate weapon pods for it at the request of MadMod from the Everything Battletech server, and then probably painting that one up. It'll be the first of the new mechs that I've gotten any paint put on. I'm going to pick up some new dry paints tomorrow to experiment with the next Wolf mech. Yeah, and I advise doing your dry brushing before you do your washing, just because you can get kind of a chalky finish out of dry brushing, and a wash can help to sort of ease that, to kind of glaze everything together, sort of filter your colors, you know. I can hear this mech. When I look at it, I can hear the absolute devastation that it unleashes. Riflemen. I'm gonna go with Riflemen. I don't care if it's right or wrong. Sumitha, thank you so much for sharing those with us today. I always love seeing the Operation Lancaster previews. Here we have from Rodan for some fun Christmas colors for the Batman game. It's Killer Moth. Killer indeed. Those tights are hot. Look at that ridiculous shit right there. Stupid, sexy Killer Moth. They're so tight it's like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Whew. Wish I had legs like that. He doesn't skip leg day. Like, even though he has wings, he clearly focuses on... I mean, look at this. Look at this shit. He has a bulging thigh that's like as thick as his torso. You spent a lot. I'm just saying, Rodan. Like, I'm not passing judgment. I'm not trying to say anything by it. Okay, I'm just gonna point out you spent a lot of time working that inner thigh and that very particular, shall we say, Christmas package that he's bringing to your doorstep. Well, they do stick out there. Oh, really, really nice work on this. I like this. What base color did you use for this piece of concrete? That's nice. I like the color distribution with the big red wings and then the sort of blue tactile neck that he's rocking there. As always, Rodan, fucking fantastic work on those Night Models Batman miniature game figures. Experimenting mainly on dry brush highlights versus edge highlights lately. Those are good experiments to have, Rogue, because those are important techniques. Did light umber with a turquoise. That probably explains what's throwing me off about this. Because, yeah, you've been doing turquoise on the bases for, like, between the bricks. It's an interesting and striking visual effect. And, yeah, I can kind of see. A little bit of the turquoise worked in here. Honestly, that's... combining... This is why I talk as much as I do about color temperature, you guys. Because it's something that it does to your brain. Something that it does to your brain when you've got warm and cool colors next to one another, commingling with one another. And when you look at those miniature artists out there who are painting figures that really just are gobsmacking, that make your jaw hit the floor and your tongue fucking roll out like a goddamn red carpet, you look at those, a lot of them have aggressive color temperatures from opposing directions, and it's something I'm going to try with the next Ultron that I do, and we'll take some time to compare. But this is a good example of it. It's subtle, and it's hard to put your finger on exactly what it is about it that's catching your eye, but it works really, really nicely. Contrast in not only light and dark, but warm and cold too. Exactly where the gamers. And the more you lean into that contrast, the more striking your paint jobs are going to be. Do not be afraid of contrast. Don't be afraid of it. I know, when it's up in your face, when you're looking at it, when you got your brush on it, it looks weird. You think, everybody's going to be able to see how strange this looks. This is why I tell you over and over and over, apply the 3 to 5 foot rule. Hold the miniature at arm's length under some average lighting and get a look at it from there. Take a break. Go read a book for a few hours. Do the dishes, walk the dog, whatever you gotta do. Get your mind off your painting and then come back to it and ask yourself, how does this look? Because we sabotage ourselves so many times. We sabotage our own thinking when we're focused on our figures. You need a little break now and then. It'll give you a better perspective. Lovely, lovely work, Rodan, and thank you for sharing that with us today, man. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, Giant Enemy Crab. Attack its weak point for massive damage. This is a sort of speed paint of this king crab for my local game store Battletech group. I'm glad that you have one. He wanted it to look like a crab. Go figure. It's not perfect, but it's functional. You gotta play Crab Rave for... we're not doing Crab Rave. I don't have it queued up for one. If I had Crab Rave queued up to my stream deck, we'd talk about it. Now, that is a valid point. I should have certain things queued up to my stream deck. I'm not utilizing this thing to its full effect. There are a few songs I'd like to have queued up so I can play them at any given time, though. That much is true. I need a Crab People emote is what I need. It does look like a crab. Yeah, I see what you're going for here. This sort of very natural orangey top, and then, yeah, the white belly. And then you went blue for the base just to sell that this is an ocean crustacean. You wanted it to look like a crab, and well, it does look delicious. I do wanna take those AC-20s and just crack them open and feast on the tender meats within. Though something tells me the ammo explosion would ruin my day. Pretty quick. Nice job, Chaotic Harmony. Very nice. I love that even as a relatively new painter, you're able to run with silly concepts like this. You, Chaotic, I don't mean to... I sometimes feel like I praise Chaotic Harmony arguably too much. I feel like at times I may do it so much that it comes off as insincere. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want you to feel like I do it just because I sent you paints and I want to pat myself on the back, or because you've been such a huge supporter of the stream and I'm just powdering your ass. I don't want you to feel like that's the case, because I'm constantly impressed by the potential that you show as a painter. Not necessarily the final products in every single case, though you have achieved some very, very cool effects. I am impressed by the imagination that you show. And I want you, Chaotic, so much to stick with painting. To keep doing it. Because I firmly believe that if you paint steady for a couple of years, you're gonna be producing the kind of paint jobs that blow people's fucking minds. You are going to be producing The kind of paint jobs that maybe not exactly as good as some of the painters out there, like Camo Specs Online, who is here, or as necessarily as good as Dale Ida, because he has like classical art training. And that definitely puts him a step above a lot of people when it comes to making certain decisions, but you're not going to be far behind, man. You're not going to be far behind. Keep it up, man. Just keep working. Don't clip. No, don't. Why do you gotta ruin a good sentiment by clipping a terrible part of it? Damn it. No chaotic Thunderhead fanfic. That's not where these streams are headed. I refuse to acknowledge it. Really nice paint job on this, though, Chaotic. Thank you for sharing your delectable king crab with us today. And weirdly kind of making me hungry, not gonna lie. Here we have from Nanotanks, I don't think I'll be online during the stream. I haven't seen them, it's true. But I've completed a Lance of the Clan Mechs. Alright, now, let me pause. Somebody tell me what's wrong with that sentence. You know. Exactly. Exactly. It is arguably a lance, but the problem is clans don't have lances. God, I'm clever, you guys. Nothing, because he only has 4 showing. I maintain that there's still everything wrong with it, Rogue, you smart ass. Oh, I know, clan mechs. Yeah, I like where Ion Raptor's head is more than anything else. That is a lovely, lovely red. So when we've looked at these mechs in the past, I've talked a lot about color composition. And not if they're salvage. Ooh, Vergaderung is a good point, actually. Yeah, no, that could work. That could work. Yeah, the leg pattern looks fantastic. I really like the gray. I love the overall composition of these figures. I love the use of both the dark gray and the lighter warm gray for the pseudo non-metallic metal that he has going on the weapons. Only one thing here bothers me. It's an intense yellow, but it lacks depth. The yellow has no depth. It's very flat. It is intense, it is bright, it is vivid, but it is very flat. Yellow is a very, very tricky color, and it would not even jump out at me on the Mad Cat or the Cougar. It hits me on the Summoner and the, what is this, Executioner, right? This big son of a bitch is an Executioner. It hits me on these plates right here, and only because they're so big, so broad, and so flat. You barely notice it up here, and I kind of like how he's done the face on it. That's a Nova. Oh, sorry, Nova. It's a Nova. You fucking expect me to know what clan mechs are? I, like, intentionally refuse to learn the names of most of them. That's the only thing. If I look at this and you held a gun to my head and said criticize him, the yellow would be what I criticize. It could just use a little something, whether it's some extra shading or a little bit of highlighting. I think a little bit of extra shading would go a long way on this. The leg patterning is cool. The leg patterning is very, very cool. Overall, the color composition is great. The green cockpits are fantastic. The color choices that were made are excellent. And it's a fairly simple paint job that he's done across all of these, but it's a remarkably effective one. I kind of want to see him like against a different background. I kind of want to see him against white, or honestly, this is a warm background. I kind of want to see him against a cool background, because I feel like I'd be able to... I feel like they'd pop better, you know? Javelin, Dervish, yeah, exactly. Kursala knows what's up. It's a Jervish now. It's a Jervish. That's what I got in my mech bay. Oh, Nanotanks, thank you for sharing that. Hoping to get these done over the Christmas break down here. Another star base-coated. Okay. Mostly complete. Oh, you've shown them mostly complete. This is them complete. Okay, yeah. Another star base-coated, hoping to get those done over the Christmas break down here. Okay, I see what you're saying. Excuse me. Nanotanks, thank you so much for sharing that with us, man. Again, really, really excellent work. Sinfonian Sin. I saying that right? Symphonian Sin? Yeah, let's roll with that. Sin! Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We are just getting through the Storm Report. Little thing we do at the end of every stream where we review some art and work from the community. Absolutely. Welcome in, welcome in. Here we have from Ion Raptor, what's this? A wholesome family planetary invasion woefully underpopulated by rotary autocannons? A large influx of rotary autocannons ought to put a stop to that. That's nice. It's weird. I kind of almost like the Rakshasa better without its Mickey Mouse ears. This is a nice looking rack that you've put together. I like how chunky it is. A lot of people, when they do racks, they make them... I don't know if they want to make the barrels narrower, but these have a nice perspective. Proportion. They have a lovely proportion to them. And, I mean, honestly, Ion Raptor has a great eye for proportion. This is something that I've noted at every step along the way, working on the Rakshasa and some of the other mechs that he's done. Proportion is a very, very tricky thing to do. You can do really, really fine design, but if your proportions are off, things can look gangly, they can look poorly weighted, they can look top-heavy. It's a subtle effect, but I think Ion Raptor has a great eye for proportion. I know that he kind of talks some shit about his own skills when it comes to actually working with the software from 3D Design, but dude, this work is wonderful. It is Colonel Matthew Steiner, yes. Have I seen the new Timberwolf about the ears? I've noticed that a lot of them have the ears kind of leaning in, just from the molding process. Yeah, nice rack, bro. Oh god, why do I put up with this crap? Which version of the Rakshasa is this? We got a rack over here. We have, what is this, a large laser, 2 mediums, and then another pair of mediums up here? Someone let me know which variant this is. Again, really glad that you went with the separated feet below the calf cowling. I think that came out nice. 2A, thank you for Gotta Run. Civil War timeline. Alright, I gotcha. It looks a little bit less like it's trying to ape the Mad Cat in this configuration. Yeah, without the ears. Oh, have I seen it without the ears? No? I don't think I have. You have a picture of one that somebody's chopped the ears off? I'd take a look at it. Really, really nice work, Ion Raptor. As far as critique... When I look at this version of the Rakshasa, there's one thing that jumps out at me, Ion Raptor, is something that I would change. And it is the way that the shoulders emerge from the main chassis. Would this be the fuselage of a mech? How would that nomenclature apply? Would this be the fuselage, the primary body, the torso? I guess I could just say torso. The way that the shoulders emerge from the torso seems a little abrupt. I feel like they could use just one piece of some transition geometry here. Whether you were to take this, see, like, it kind of interrupts this panel line here, and it doesn't look intentional. If you were to take this circle shape and inset it into the torso itself so that there was like a little ring around where this connects, I think that would look very natural. If you were to take a square and extrude it outwards a little bit so that it looks like the cylinder is then connecting to that, I think that would look slightly more natural. Now, this is a teeny tiny nit to pick and something that people are barely gonna notice, if at all. I have to struggle to even notice it. I just do notice that the shoulder comes out a bit abruptly and it could use some transition geometry. I think that would be a simple change, though. It would just kind of put it over the top, you know? Really fantastic work on this. I cannot wait to do some printing on these new Rakshasas, Ion Raptor. Thank you so much for sharing. And as expected, some work got done. Indeed, here from Rogue 19K, when good isn't good enough, calling a fucking crusade. Here is the CEO of the Scarlet Crusaders PMC, Rogue, and his Warhammer 2 contract inquiry should be forwarded to Rainy River Designs, CO Rogue. Huge thanks to Chrysala for sending me this mini, which as far as I know isn't publicly available through Rainy River Designs. The Flock, however, is. Give Chrysala and Data Nerd some love by checking out their web store. By the way, if you go ahead and hit !point merch in chat right now, the bot should give you a link over to Rainy River Designs, specifically to the Thunderhead Studio merch section, but I strongly encourage you to check out the other sections of the site. Rainy River Designs is run by our very own Chrysala and Data Nerd right here in chat. Chrysala has been producing some pretty excellent and very diverse forms of basing flock that are absolutely perfect for your 6mm Battletech needs, as well as, I believe he's going to have some actual minis going through there. And of course, you can get some pretty snazzy Thunderhead Studio merch over there, including mugs, t-shirts, and hoodies. The hoodie, by the way, Data Nerd, is my favorite thing. I wear it fucking every day. Like, I love black hoodies anyway, but having a black hoodie with the THS logo on the front, fucking good night. It's amazing. I'm digging it. I'm digging the work that we got so far. Now, obviously, this is a work in progress that we got going on here. It's begging. It's begging me for black washes. But this is the perfect time to do some highlighting. Like, right here would be the time to dry brush some highlights, some real high highlights. I'm talking like nearly white highlights onto these gray bits, and then wash them black, and then let the black wash kind of bring everything together. The Falx is already available. Fantastic. No hoodie on the site? Oh, we should get the hoodie up. Should get the hoodie up. It's my favorite thing so far. Well, you just go ahead and keep checking that link. It's got washes on it and a dry brush. May have to do another round. This is what I mean when I say don't be afraid of contrast, Rogue 19K, because when it's up in your face, the contrast is going to look higher than it is. It's going to look more intense than it is. Always take a minute to set it down, step back, look at it from a distance. Remember that just remember you're trying to sell these details on a frankly ridiculous scale. 6mm is a ridiculous scale. I've been so relieved to be painting at 28 to 35mm scale lately, just because it's so much easier to pull the details out and my shadows don't have to be anywhere near as intense. The details are super low, 1mm or so. So do you have a makeup brush you can use for dry brushing, like an ELF contouring brush? Because they are particularly good at picking up these super shallow details. And yeah, I know what you mean. They can be tough. There isn't much of an edge for your dry brush to catch on, but those really, really soft makeup brushes do a pretty damn good job at it. That's what you used? Okay. I would just say, keep practicing. Keep doing more of it. Push it. Here's the thing, Rogue, next time you do it, go too far. Just go too far. Go way past. Like, take your first instinct. You go, this is the right color. Stop yourself. Go further. Go to the color that you're like, this is too much, and do that one instead. Paint it, wash it, set it aside, leave for a few hours, come back, look at it, ask yourself how it looks. I think you'll be pleased. I think you'll be very, very pleased. I love the arrangement of getting kind of a House of Rano vibe off of the red and the gold. I know the color scheme you're going for, we talked about a little bit on the Discord, but I get a little bit of a House of Rano vibe from the combination of red and gold. I mean, that's not a problem. I think House of Rano is a really, really cool addition to the Battletech universe. A little bit of the Iron Man thing too. Yeah, I could see that. Hey, Scud24, how you doing today, man? Washes are always going to knock dry brushing way down. So yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point, We're the Gamers. The wash is going to knock the dry brush down a significant amount, so overdo the dry brush and then do the wash. Yeah. I think you will like how that turns out. Really, really nice job on that, Rogue 19, and fantastic work on the model, Chrysala. Hell yeah. I love 3D printing, you guys. I'm not going to say the thing, but I do love 3D printing, and thank you so much for sharing that with us today, Rogue. Here we have from Roland. What am I clicking on? What am I clicking on? That's a hot dog taco. That's... That looks good. I'm not going to lie, that looks really good. Like, I would lay into that. I love the bits of jalapeno we got in there, too. Yeah. Wow. This is, dare I say, genius. It's one of those things that's so obvious. You don't think of it until it's staring you in the face, and it is staring me right in my face. Those chunks of jalapeno are really what are getting me going right now, I gotta say. I bet that's good. I bet it's salty. Yeah. That's the business right there. Alright, Roland. This makes up for literally nothing that you've posted, because you post some of the worst goddamn things I've ever seen, but it is excellent. It is excellent. You always have the best tacos somehow, though. I don't entirely understand how, but you do a pretty solid job when it comes to posting tacos. Hey, WJ, good to see you. How are you today, my friend? It's not Tuesday, but I'm fine with it anyway. What are all these no reactions for? What's wrong with you people? It's genius. Genius. You know what it needs? A nice long sliver of avocado right across the top. Wombat Combat Prime is at work, gotta lurk. At work, gotta lurk. At work, gotta... No, we're not. That's a terrible idea. Let's stop that. Thank you so much for doing that. Shout out to Wombat Combat Prime, Riot Sister. Wombat Combat, by the way, a personal friend from down in San Antonio. Really cool dude. Does a lot of pretty fucking excellent late night variety gaming streams. It's my understanding he is soon going to be doing some streaming some Cthulhu-based tabletop role-playing. I haven't given him a definite yes or no as to whether I will participate. I'm interested. I'm interested, Wombat Combat. I need to put a little bit more time into it tonight and give you an answer so you can actually plan. That could be a good time, though. Could be a good time. Roland, thank you for sharing that. Honestly, thank you for sharing this with me. This is a genius idea. I'm going to show this picture to my wife and say, I want to eat that. I want to go to there. Print failed. Think the robot's not meant to be. In fairness, Riot Sister, that robot is a tricky print. It's a spindly bastard. I would struggle with that one. Oh, God, WJ made a clip. What are we doing? Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, along with his personal emote for this. Repeat after me. We need to fix the bugs. Dick Slider. Yeah, no, that's, yes. I don't know. I laughed my ass off the first time someone suggested Keanu really should have had a line of dialogue where he's like, hey, nice dick, bro. We need some kind of reaction to the time that we spend on the Dick Slider and character creation. Oh. Nice cock, bro. Good job. Oh, CDPR. Holy crap. SP Firestarter decided to do some practice painting since it's been a while, and you did the Elegoo Rook. Kind of messy. Luckily, I have another one I can do it on too. So what you've just discovered, SP Firestarter, is one of my favorite parts of 3D printing, and that is, obviously everyone doesn't think about their painting the same way. Everyone isn't as neurotic as I am about things, but I will fully confess that I have had problems with painting in the past, wherein I acquire a model, or even a couple models, and I don't really like stripping my models down and starting over. I know that you can. I know it's fairly easy. I don't like doing it. I like to just get it right the first time. And that leads to a sort of analysis paralysis wherein you're like, I need a perfect plan to paint this figure. I've got to do it right. It held me back. It held me back on a lot of paint jobs. I'm glad I'm not alone on this one, Puck Dungeon. 3D printing has changed that for me profoundly. Because every single model that I print, like, I just make another one. It's just, I'll just print another one. Let me try a paint job on this. If it looks like shit, could I strip the paint off of it? Would I do that if I was like an economical or sensible person? Absolutely I would. I would strip the paint and repaint it. I don't though, because I'm a lazy asshole. I flick it into the fucking trash, I print another one, and I just paint it again. It's magic, you guys. I cannot recommend enough. Like, if you're just into miniature painting and not as into, like, terrain and board building, get yourself a resin printer when they go on sale. If you're into terrain, get yourself an FDM printer. And this, I haven't mentioned it all stream, but I'd like to go ahead and mention here on this stream, next month, January the 20th, for our Streamiversary, 1 year streaming on Twitch. As my thanks to you, you unbelievable people out there, you denizens of Twitch, you low-brow, meme-slinging sons of bitches that hang out in this chat, we're going to be giving away an Ender 3. We have an Ender 3 base model. We are going to be doing... I'm doing it. Riot Sister, it's too late. It's too late. I want people to know. I want people to know. You think we're not going to have other surprises? Think we're not going to have other surprises? You think I don't have surprises up my sleeves? In this drawer that I've got over here? There's a surprise in this drawer. You can't see it because it's not on camera, but it's there. She's Canadian. She goes to another school. But yes, an Ender 3 is going to be going out as well as a few other things for our Streamiversary. I want to get somebody out there started on the pathway to 3D printing. I want to get somebody out there hooked on the addiction that is mine. Next month, January 20th, be here, or don't print things, I suppose. Damn it, White Wolf, why do you gotta give away... Now White Wolf is the one giving away the surprises. You can make all the dildos you want when you got an Ender 3, man, let me tell you. Yeah, I'll custom design you. I'll go fucking Bad Dragon all over the stream. We'll custom. I'll break out Fusion 360, and we'll take feedback from chat. Like, I think the main vein should be a little larger. Let me go ahead and use the inflate command on that. This is fucking stupid. All right, let's move away from this. How did I miss the opportunity for a chainsaw, Dick? You assume. Oh, because I don't have it queued up. That's actually how I missed that. Other way, nice test paint job on your Elegoo Rook fire starter. You got me on a little bit of a tangent there. But, yeah. Keep up the good work, man. Keep up the practice. That's the only way to get better. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner, also known as We're the Gamers. This guy got finished up today at work. He's at battle ready level. May go back and dial it in the true metallic metal more later. Haven't decided yet. Ideneth Deepkin. Soul Render. Ooh, I like this. I like this. Your depth of field through this horrific fishhook thing a little bit out of focus, but I can tell where the highlights and the shadows are, and I dig it. First of all, I like the design of it, but I like what you've done with it, with this sort of glacier blue. Teal. Yeah, fish elves. Sea elves. And a third testicle. Yeah, now we're cooking. Jesus. You people. I swear. I like the look of the armor. I like what you've done with it, with this sort of warm gray that goes out to the cool points. This is beyond battle ready, We're the Gamers. This like, I know that by your standards, this is battle ready. I like this base. Is this basing part of the figure itself, or was this extra? Look at the cute little fishy. Yeah, there's a little fishy down here. There's like a mean fishy up here who's attached to the weapon somehow. These are extras? This came out really nice. Are shit Mars? Are the Sea Elves chaos or not? Oh, you ripped apart some GW terrain for it. Well, nicely done. I really like the basing work that's going on here. And some good use of color temperature. Very, very nice, and thank you for sharing that with us, We're the Gamers. Hell yeah. You want to do some more work on that, man? I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that when you're done. Here we have from Puck Duncher, test print and test paint of Commander Hind Farsight. Commander Hindsight. Provided by Poiper Minis on Cult and Patreon. I'm very happy with this paint job, especially since I did this in about an hour or so. Plan on possibly adding more accent colors and making some changes on the black as well as some other fun additions. Can you tell I like the whole red and black theme? A little bit, but it's a classic theme. It's a very, very classic theme. TMM is true metallic metal, Riot Sister. That's like using metallic paints as opposed to non-metallic metal. Poopmar, well, tell us how you really feel, WJ. It's true. You should have cropped the picture. However, what little that I can see at this scale, and post this, do me a favor, Puck Duncher, post this over in Showcase. I'm going to blow it up a little bit on my screen just so I can see it. I like the desaturated red that you've gone with. It's soft, and it works well next to the sort of off-white accents that you've got going on. I love the weight to this Mini, that giant blade that he's hauling, and how he looks like he's dragging it across the ground. I like the extra arms on it, too. I think I've seen some of this guy's 3D design work before. That's a nice print, though. Yeah, the red and black is very effective. The little bits of sort of gold ochre that you have in at the joints, that's excellent. I would drive up... It looks like you're going with a blue for the eye lenses. Now, this is definitely a work in progress, but I would say work that blue. Make that... Yeah, there you go. Pump up that contrast. There you go. Blow this one up on my screen so I can get a better look here. Yeah. Honestly, like, is there more work to be done on this Mini? Absolutely, but if all you did was blast that blue, I mean make it real vivid, and do a little bit of a lens effect on it, if that's all you did at this point, it would drive the quality of the model up significantly. It looks like he's still got some work to do on the arms. But yeah, that little bit of blue in the sea of black and red, I think would look really good. That's not strictly true. That TMM is doing non-metallic metal techniques with metallic paint. True metallic metal, as far as I understand it, refers just to using metallic paints to do metallics, whereas non-metallic metal is achieving a metallic effect with non-metallic paints. Now, that said, the somewhat recent trend of using true metallic metal paints in the style of non-metallic metals is a good one. Combining the two yields an incredibly effective visual technique. Do want to boost the blue a bit in the dark areas. Yeah. It is just using metallic, but that's my point, Vergataron. True metallic metal is just using metallic paints. It doesn't refer specifically to using NMM techniques with TMM. TMM is just the paint. I think you're all full of shit. There's like 3 of you saying it, and I think you're all full of shit. I want you to know that. The black is actually Abyssal Blue from Scale 75. Okay, yeah, that's a good pick. You could work that into some nice cool gray highlights if you felt like it. Oh, one thing I miss about pewter minis is just polishing the metal itself. Ion Raptor, he loves to get in there and, polish the pewter. if you know what I'm saying. Hey, yeah. They wouldn't use true, they would just call it metallics. That's not true, Vergataron. Not true. It's not true. They're interchangeable phrases. TMM and metallic are interchangeable phrases. TMM refers to using metallic paints on a Mini. Yes, that is true. But it does not refer to using metallic paints in the style and application of non-metallic metal. That's different. You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm right, but it doesn't matter. It's some nice work you got going on here, Puck Duncher. I would, drive up that blue. Definitely drive up that blue. I think you could go higher on the highlights on the red, and if you add that bit of... Because all your colors are a little bit desaturated. The red is certainly... I would work up the blue on the abyssal blue-black that you have going on the limbs, and I would drive this blue on the lenses up to like a high glacier blue or something like that. You're goddamn right I'm right. You're damn right I'm right. Thank you, Riot Sister. Thank you for proving what I already knew. Coming down. Puck Duncher, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. I hope that those comments were at least loosely helpful. I want to take a closer look at those pictures after the stream, because they were just a little bit small on my screen. Here we have from White Wolf Therapy Thursday. So yeah, after Saturday being a total tease that didn't follow through, we've had to deal with annoying amounts of clouds until Wednesday night, where it was more or less clear. This is probably going to be my last tease of astrophotography for now, simply due to not wanting to kill the shutter on my G85. That and 5-second subs just don't get enough detail. I'm not going to lie. It was definitely nice to be able to go out and go for another attempt at things. Yep, I had the company of eyes that look like googly eyes for 2 hours. So, here we have the nice, relaxing, almost straight up at almost straight up view at what I thought was Andromeda. More or less, right? Oh, those googly eyes are unsettling, aren't they? Just staring at me. Looking at me like I owe him money or something. Ugh. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. That's some serious snowfall you guys got up there, though. We've got a pretty good blanket on the ground, but I'll tell you, the snowfall is weird with as much wind as we get out here. We wind up with, like, this Sahara Desert style, dunes, blown dunes of snow. I don't want to look at those eyes anymore, White Wolf, but thank you for sharing that with us today. Snow drifts. Yeah, yes, they are snow drifts, White Wolf. That is the literal phrase for what the wind does to the snow. And I couldn't think of it because I'm a little dumb. You know, I'm a bit of a dumb guy. A little stupid. It happens. So here we have from O Coral, still working on this Horde's Thagrosh. Will update when completed. Now this is more the skin tone I am used to seeing out of Legion of Everblade. Oof. That cold blue pale next to the warm, sort of yellow polished leather. Good idea, Data Nerd. It's the beer. Definitely my fault. Love the Privateer Press minis. Yeah, they do. Their minis have always been really nice. Even the metal ones are pretty good. Of course, we get snow in the state just when I needed to go out in the field for 3 days. Yeah, Mother Nature woke up the other day and said, you know what? Fuck Ion Raptor. Fuck him specifically. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, somebody get me a thesaurus. That was nice work for Gatorone. I don't know how much of your work I've seen other than those Mechanicus figures that you did. How much of your work I've seen that wasn't Battletech specific. I like the basing that you've done here, too. This little bit of what have you, like a spear tip kind of half buried in the dirt. We got a little bit of cork for him to stand on. Why did I say Vergaderone? Why did I think this was Vergaderone? Oh, damn it. I'm usually so good about this. I generally don't mess up who I'm talking about when I'm in the Storm Report, but I just did it. I meant O'Coral. I did mean O'Coral. I'm sorry. I gotta read my names closer. As I was looking at this, I was thinking, this doesn't look like Vergaderone's painting area, and I don't remember him saying he was going to work on any hordes, but, okay, I'm not going to judge the guy. He can do whatever he wants. I called him chaotic. I'm coming apart at the seams, guys. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Time to cut off the beer for tonight. You're right, I better finish it. The brain leaked out into the paint palette. Sure. I like the leather. I like the leather you've done on Hero Coral. This is another example where I look at it and what I want to do is I want to drive the shadows deeper. And I want to do like some... Like if you came across the grain here and did just like some little hash marks in a light ivory color and then washed the whole thing kind of a dark brown to drive the shadows deeper and then to blend those hash marks in, I think you would wind up with a really cool texture to it. Was this a dry brush or a sponge effect that you did on here? The skin tone looks fantastic. I love that cold blue skin tone. Really, really nice work. Hell yeah, I want to see it when you get done with it. Definitely. And from White Wolf, so for my first sub, well, here's what wound up coming out of what I did. 13 minutes 40 seconds of subs stacked, plus dark frames as well as flats. I don't know what any of that means because I'm bad at photography, although I strongly suspect I didn't do the flats right. Either that or signal to noise just wasn't good enough with 5 seconds per exposure. I wonder if Thunderhead sees anything familiar in here. Yep, those are definitely stars. It's not my fault that my advice, like, that is good advice in general, Puck Duncher. Not my fault at all. That was wet blending. Oh, it came out really nice. Again, I think you could push it further. I think you could push it further, and I think you'd like it if you did. Yeah, because if you look right here, like this is that's a star right there. And then if you come over to the left side, you can see there are a series of stars. Also more stars. Ooh, I know this one right here. You can tell because of these two that it's next to. These are three also stars. Several stars in a row, really. Yep. It's all very accurate. I feel sure that I'm missing something here, and I wish I wasn't, but I am. My God, it's full of stars. I know that I must be. White Wolf, you can feel free to help me out. Oh, Manro Fasol, since I messed up with the magnets, I made a tree. Oh yeah, you were talking about how to do this before. I'll get more later in the storm report. Okay, fair. I like the leaf cover you've done here. Where did you get the leaves? This works well. This works really nice. And then putting the foliage a little bit lower so that it doesn't look quite so much like it's hitting the tree. That actually came out pretty good. It's a lot of gold. It's a lot of gold. Have you considered going for more copper, less brass, Manro Fasol? This looks good. I feel like there's so much, because brass is very yellow. And I'm getting the brass look from a lot of this, but I feel like if you took some of the larger pieces and you browned it down right quick, you made them a little bit more copper, a little less brass, I think that would work in your favor, just to add a little bit of visual interest in the... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking where the gamer is, because, yeah, the Caradon Overlords, they're mostly metal, and you kind of have to pick a type of metal to go with. I just feel like that little bit of extra brown would add some more visual interest to break up some of the details, because some of them wind up being very large blocks of color, like the combination of this rudder assembly along with this orrery or whatever the fuck it is here, fusion reactor, I don't know. Like copper banding along here, copper fins. Maybe if you separated this banding on the outside of the rudder and did copper interior and then brass exterior, that might work. Or bronze, yeah, bronze could be doable. Bronze has kind of a purplish tone to it sometimes. This is a good chance, overall, to experiment with doing different sorts of metals in the colors that they are. That's a terrible sentence. Doing different sorts of metals in the colors that they are. Like, what that's... yeah, okay, whatever. I talk real good. I talk good and smart sometimes. There's way more brass. The individuals aren't as bright. I like the bronze idea. Yeah, consider trying that out, because you got a lot of broad space where you could play with some other styles of metal. Copper or bronze would both be good choices. Really nice work on that overall. I love the magnetic tree. That's very, very clever. And these do look like fallen leaves. Where did you get the fallen leaf? They're tea. That's clever. That's good thinking. Well done, Manro. Thank you for sharing. And as we come down here from White Wolf, now we get to the tongue-in-cheek part of the show. Why is show in question marks? It's kind of like a show. It's the Thunderhead Show. Which I'll playfully say, a fox needs to learn to aim better. Because I was literally all of one frame away from what I was trying to take a photo of. Just a little bit to the left, and I would have gotten what I wanted. Whoopsies. Also, thanks to Data Nerd for spotting something and making me look deeper into this. But yeah, if I'd gone up one frame, could have gotten numerous things in there. To the left would have been my main target, etc. You're looking for Andromeda, huh? Not bad at all for using a tiny little tabletop tripod, though, Ultrapod 2. Not really know precisely where I should be aiming. Hang on, I gotta blow this up. Pac-Man Nebula. Ghost of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, as pointed out by Data Nerd. Oh, yeah. And there's the Andromeda Galaxy, what you were aiming for. Okay, I see. LDN-168, also known as the Dark Nebula. Well, those there? Those are stars, as far as I can tell. They're real far away, but it's my understanding that, contrary to what you might be tempted to believe, they're very large. I don't think there's anybody that can prove that, but you know, I have read it in books, so maybe it's true. Who knows? I'm kind of a fucking a savage, a Philistine when it comes to astronomy, I confess. I see LV-426! Wait, do you actually? I mean, probably not. Let's just move on. Wait, well, thank you for sharing your work with us today. And yeah, hopefully you get the Andromeda Galaxy in full frame next time. So many balls of burning gas. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire, I believe a great man once said. Coming down, here we have from Datron Voltari, never let it be said, I am afraid to share my shame. I was just saying that the other day, I guess I better take it back. Finally got my support issues figured out, and for the first time since I bought my Elegoo a year ago, I get build plate adhesion issues, fuck my life. So ignore the mangled right wing of this example of 90s nostalgia crashing headlong into miniature gaming. That is in fact a 1/285th scale Turbo Cat from SWAT. Oh shit. It is. I wasn't looking that closely at the shape of the wings and the fins, but that totally is. Ooh. That's a blast from the past right there. The fucking Radical Squadron, man. That's exciting. There are times in my life when I feel like I hallucinated SWAT cats, and I am glad when people remind me that no, that was a show, and yeah, it was totally badass. Drop it in the middle of a Micro Armor game to fuck with the normies. It's a good looking print. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta dial in your settings, you know? Just gotta dial in your settings a little bit. You'll get another one out. No problem. Doesn't cost much as far as resin goes. Seems like it's a nice small print. Really, really cool. Hey, Headshot, how you doing? Good to see you, friendo. Well, thank you for sharing the successful side of it with us, Datron Voltari, and good luck on the next round of printing. Here we have from Roland... I see fruit, and this is either flan or tofu. Are these fish eggs? And onions? And there's jello. And I'm gonna assume that this is something awful like squid ink ice cream or something like that. Oh, thank you so much for those biddies, Headshot. Good to see you back from the dead. How are things? You're doing good. I'm glad to hear that. You getting any painting done? Blackberry ice cream. That's better, but knowing Roland, I don't think that's what it is. I see onions and I see these over here, and part of me goes, oh, that's some sort of sweet dish, but I suspect that those are fish eggs. No, those aren't maraschino cherries. I'm not, no, they're too small. Yeah, like salmon roe. That's exactly what I'm thinking, we're the gamers. Knowing Roland? Yeah. And these are probably like flavored tofu and not bits of flan. Jelly beans? No, we're not that lucky. We're not that lucky. I'm not gonna linger on this. No, that's Manro. He's a Mandalorian. He has nothing to do with this. Yeah, fake dessert. That's what I'm getting from it, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Like, everything on here looks like it should be sweet, but I suspect somehow it's like savory to salty, and I don't want to linger on it any longer than I have to. Need to post some new mech pics once you get them done. Headshot, we would be more than happy to see them. As always, man, we're going to be painting some mechs here on Sunday, if you have any ready for that. Here we have from SP Firestarter my progress on my first mech, an Ion Raptor Warhammer, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, this is the Warhammer that was done by Blar and then posed by our very own excellent Ion Raptor. Pretty good so far, I think. It's not any specific scheme, though. It doesn't need to be. Hell yeah, that's coming along. You get some nice deep shadows on there. It looks like you've painted these as if they're cockpit glass, though I don't think they're supposed to be. I think the only cockpit glass is meant to be this little sliver right here, and those are just panel lines. But the joy of miniature painting is you can do whatever the fuck you want. I like the green choice for the searchlight up here. It looks like you're thinning your paints adequately, at the very least. I'm going to blow this up just a tiny little bit to take a look. Time for bed, night, all O-Coral. You have a fantastic night, my friend. Thank you so much for being here today. So what techniques are you employing on this guy so far, SP Firestarter? And what brush are you using out of curiosity? Makes it look like a smiling face. It does kind of, yeah, if you knock this out. He's like, with two big ol' eyes. Mostly just going over it normally, using some random brand. I need new brushes. Yeah, when looking at the brushwork, I feel like you're fighting your bristles a little bit to get some of those fine details done. But hey man, this is a fucking great starting point. And it's a nice looking print too. Wouldn't be Battletech if people weren't painting cockpits where cockpits actually aren't. Yeah, I refer you to the Thunderbolt. Though in that particular case, it's mostly because people can't reach the goddamn thing. So, you know, they wind up just kind of painting over it. Halo, crushed ice, evaporated milk, ube, sweetened beans, coconut strips, sago, gulaman, boiled taro or soft yams, and flan. That's the whole bowl? Okay, so it is flan, it's not flavored tofu? Okay, that's okay. I'm fine with that then. I don't know what half those words are, but I suspect that they're byproducts of fish I don't really want to eat all that much. I love the colors that it reminds me a lot of like a Space Wolf color scheme. Firestarter. But, yeah, get yourself just a single sable brush, whether it be Winsor & Newton Series 7. You can pick them up fairly cheap from Game Envy. They have some really, really nice sable brushes. I think you will be amazed at how much of a difference it makes when you're not fighting your bristles. Get that in, like, some brush soap. I know that Chaotic Harmony was pretty shocked at the difference that it makes when you've got a nice sable brush. Just one. You can use synthetics for a lot of things, but for something particularly 6mm painting, something this fine, you just want the one sable brush to work with. I think it will change your whole life, or at least, you know, your miniature painting. Nice print, SP Firestarter, showing a lot of promise, and thank you for sharing that with us today. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner a teaser of what I've been sculpting recently. Rocks, lots of cliff/cave faces, and rocks. Oof. These actually look really nice. Some very natural seeming marks of cleavage on here. I like these sort of raised and smoothed break points you've put in at a few points here. The practice is paying off, man. It's strangely difficult to get believable rock faces, but these actually play as cliff faces very, very naturally to me. What scale are they? I mean, I assume they're probably going to be for 28mm or thereabout scale. Geology, the sexiest science. Sharp tip is more important when the smallest brush you can get. Yes. Yeah. Don't fall in love with like the size 0 or 00. I use them a lot because I'm used to them, but really, I feel like the size 1 brush is right. That's the Goldilocks zone. That's tight enough to do some really, really fine work, and large enough that you're not going to be... if you go to the small brushes, like the 0 or the 00, what you're going to wind up with happening is... ooh, thank you. Is this that other one? Yeah. Nice. What you're going to wind up with happening is your paint actually drying on your brush before you get it to your model. That's no good. Nobody likes that. Nice work, We're the Gamers. Oh, here we have from Vergatarung. I mean, here we have from Okoral, obviously. Only thing I've done recently, just got my 3D printed Bosk through the wash stage. Much highlighting to come. That's a nice looking Bosk. Ooh, is this Darkfire? Or is this Skullforge? I can't remember which one of them did that. Why, thank you, White Wolf. I don't know. I don't know. It's light. It's a little fruity. Tastes like a lager, but with maybe just a little sweetness to it. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to check. Skullforge. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I know one of them did it, but I couldn't remember which one. That's a nice looking Bosk, though. Love the color that you've got for the scales, and then of course his yellow jumpsuit, famously taken from the prop department of Doctor Who. A lot of people go very, very green with Bosk's scales, but they actually were a similar tone to his suit, and I think you've pretty well nailed it on this. Nice work. I'd love to see some more detail on his face if you get a chance to take a closer picture of that. The orange of his eyes is really very intriguing. Very olive. Yeah. Very true with the gamers. Well, shit, that looks like it's coming together fantastic for Gadarung. I love me some 3D printed Star Wars minis, but you know that. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner, Tabletop Lance for DFA Wargaming. I saw these ones posted to Facebook, and I was impressed with them. I like the Tiger Stripe. Like, this is... It's such a... What's the word I'm looking for? Gaudy is the word that comes to mind, but it just doesn't quite cut it, does it? This is like the kind of battle mech that... You guys watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, you know Susie? Fucking, Jeff's wife? This is the kind of battle mech that Susie would drive. And she would say it looks fucking classy and elegant. You don't fucking know fashion, you dumb son of a bitch. I love the tiger striping on them. Yeah, it does a lot to what would otherwise be a fairly bleak gray paint job. Really like the look of the Wolverine. I think the Wolverine, I mean, he obviously has kind of the beefiest shoulders that bear this pattern sort of the best. They're a bit extra. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Nice work on the decals. I think that kind of brings them together pretty well. Oh, and here we have a closer look at the awesome tiger striping. You've done a good job on the tiger striping here. I painted a tiger for Scythe. One of the factions has a tiger that goes, because all the leaders that you play with in Scythe, there's a leader model and then they have an animal that goes with them, and one of them was a tiger. And I spent a long time looking at how actual tiger striping is, because I wanted it to look fairly natural. And yeah, a lot of... They have sort of a funny little forked split to them, where one will come in and split out to two, and then another one sort of begins between them. And you've kind of nailed that here. Really nicely done. Actually, you didn't even have to do that much detail on them, but they came out well. Very clean. Very, very clean work. Colonel Matthew Steiner, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. That is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, the end of the stream. Did I do everything right? It looks like I did everything right. My banner's accurate? Hell yeah! Who are we raiding today, guys? Let's throw a raid somebody's way, shall we? Wapelius is going Chaotic Harmony. Oh my god, Chaotic Harmony's doing an art stream. Chaotic Harmony is painting mechs. Guys, let's go over there. That's where I'm going. Y'all should hang out and watch some Chaotic Harmony painting. Dude he's so much fun. If you haven't been in a Chaotic Harmony stream before, please, please, please stick around just for a few minutes. I think you're really, really going to enjoy it. He's a great dude. He's been working on painting all year, getting better and better. He's a fantastic streamer. He does a lot of MechWarrior Online, and he's fucking hilarious in that. He runs around in a flea a lot of the time, and it's, well... You just kind of have to be there. You just kind of have to be there. And lucky you are about to be there if you just sit right here in this channel for about another minute. We'll be over there. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemechs, my sincerest thanks to you, everybody, for coming out today. I know it's an off day, but we made it work. We got some painting done. I'm really happy with what we got done for that matter. Big thank you for the subs today, you guys. Thank you for the new follows. Headshot, thank you so much for those bits. A big thank you to Cat Ion on Project Dark Fox, and of course Chris Sala, my incredible mod team who keep this stream together. We're going to be back Sunday the 20th painting some Battletech, working on Papa Bear's Atlas. We'll be back on the 22nd painting some Marvel Crisis Protocol, my own set, and then playing some Jedi Fallen Order, and after that we're going to have a movie night. Christmas movies. Fucking Lethal Weapon and Die Hard. Alright, you're going over to Chaotic Harmony now. I'll see you later. Keep on painting.